There are secrets in this world that remain locked away, hidden behind walls and beneath centuries of silence. Ancient archives said to hold knowledge lost to time, forbidden texts that hint at histories never taught, hidden chambers and relics shrouded in mystery, sealed off from public view. Tonight we're exploring mysteries connected to the Vatican that defy explanation, stories that challenge what we think we know about history, religion, and the hidden past of human civilization. Before we begin, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video add to the experience, but they aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. You can follow along just by listening. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these perplexing mysteries. And if you'd like to support the channel, consider subscribing. Let's begin our journey into the unsolved mysteries of the Vatican. Deep within the heart of Vatican City, beneath layers of history and religious devotion, lies one of the most extraordinary artistic achievements in human history. The Sistine Chapel ceiling, painted by Michelangelo Buonarroti between 1508 and 1512, is more than just a masterpiece of Renaissance art. According to researchers, historians, and art experts, it may be one of the most elaborate coded messages ever created, hidden in plain sight for over 500 years. When you first look up at the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, what strikes you is the overwhelming beauty and complexity of the scenes. 9 panels depicting stories from the book of Genesis stretch across the ceiling, surrounded by prophets, sibyls, and countless other figures. But what if everything you see isn't quite what it appears to be? What if Michelangelo, working under the watchful eyes of Pope Julius II, embedded secret messages that would have been considered heretical, even dangerous, if discovered at the time? The story begins in 1508 when Pope Julius II commissioned Michelangelo to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. This was no small task. The ceiling spans over 5,400 square feet, and Michelangelo would spend 4 grueling years painting it, often lying on his back on scaffolding, paint dripping into his eyes. But Michelangelo was more than just an artist. He was a student of anatomy, philosophy, and the natural sciences, subjects that sometimes put him at odds with church doctrine. During the Renaissance, the Catholic Church held strict control over what could and could not be depicted in religious art. Artistic expression was expected to serve the Church's teachings, and deviation from approved themes could result in accusations of heresy. Yet Michelangelo, with his deep understanding of human anatomy gained through secret dissections of corpses, his knowledge of classical mythology, and his possible connections to underground philosophical movements, may have found ways to incorporate forbidden knowledge into his work. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for hidden messages in the Sistine Chapel comes from the field of neuroanatomy. In 1990, Dr. Frank Meshberger, a physician from Indiana, published a groundbreaking paper suggesting that the famous scene of God giving life to Adam contains a hidden anatomical diagram. When Dr. Meshberger looked at the swirling drapery and figures surrounding God in this panel, he noticed something extraordinary. The entire composition, when viewed carefully, appears to match the exact shape and structure of a sagittal cross-section of the human brain. The implications of this discovery are staggering. If Michelangelo intentionally painted God and his angels inside the outline of a human brain, what was he trying to say? Was he suggesting that divinity resides within the human mind rather than coming from an external supernatural source? During the 16th century, such an idea would have been considered dangerously heretical. The Church taught that humans were created by God and were separate from the divine. To suggest that God and human consciousness were somehow connected, or that divinity could be found within the human brain itself, would have challenged fundamental Catholic doctrine. But the brain imagery doesn't stop there. Other researchers have identified what appear to be additional anatomical references throughout the ceiling. Dr. Ian Suck and Dr. Raphael Tamargo from Johns Hopkins University have suggested that another panel, depicting the separation of light from darkness, contains hidden imagery of the human brain stem and spinal cord. In this scene, God's throat and the drapery around his neck seem to perfectly match the anatomical structure of these crucial parts of the central nervous system. The detailed accuracy of these anatomical representations is remarkable. The brain stem, with its distinctive shape and the way it connects to the spinal cord, appears to be rendered with scientific precision that would have been impossible without direct anatomical knowledge. The medulla oblongata, the pons, and the midbrain all seem to be represented in their correct proportions and positions. This level of detail suggests that Michelangelo wasn't simply creating decorative swirls in the fabric, but was deliberately incorporating specific anatomical structures into his religious imagery. Why would Michelangelo include such specific anatomical details in religious scenes? During his lifetime, dissection of human bodies was largely forbidden by the Church, considered both illegal and immoral. However, Michelangelo is known to have conducted secret dissections, studying corpses to better understand human anatomy for his sculptures and paintings. These covert studies gave him knowledge that few people of his time possessed. Perhaps by embedding anatomical imagery into religious scenes, he was making a statement about the relationship between scientific knowledge and religious faith. The hidden messages may go even deeper. Some art historians and conspiracy researchers believe that Michelangelo may have been influenced by or even connected to secret societies or underground philosophical movements that existed during the Renaissance. Groups like the Neoplatonists, who sought to reconcile Christian theology with ancient Greek philosophy, or even earlier Gnostic traditions that emphasized direct personal knowledge of the divine, may have influenced his work. The Neoplatonist movement, which had gained significant influence during the Renaissance, taught that all existence emanated from a single divine source, and that humans could achieve direct knowledge of the divine through contemplation and study. This philosophy was often at odds with Catholic teaching, which emphasized the necessity of the Church as an intermediary between humans and God. If Michelangelo was influenced by Neoplatonist ideas, his inclusion of brain imagery in the creation of Adam might represent the moment when divine consciousness awakens within the human mind. Consider the figure of the Delphic Sibyl, one of the prophetic figures painted on the ceiling. Sibyls were ancient Greek and Roman prophetesses, considered by some Renaissance thinkers to be conduits of divine wisdom that predated Christianity. The inclusion of these pagan figures in a Christian chapel was already somewhat controversial, but Michelangelo's treatment of them suggests something more. The Delphic Sibyl appears to be in a state of divine ecstasy, her eyes rolled back, her pose suggesting she is receiving direct revelation. Some researchers believe this figure represents the concept of direct divine knowledge, unmediated by church authority, a dangerous idea during the Counter-Reformation period. The Delphic Sibyl's pose and expression bear striking similarities to descriptions of mystical experiences found in Neoplatonist and Gnostic texts. Her upturned eyes and open mouth suggest the reception of divine inspiration, while her powerful physique and confident posture contradict traditional depictions of female prophets as passive vessels. Instead, she appears as an active participant in the divine revelation process, embodying the Neoplatonist concept of the soul's ability to directly commune with the divine source. Another intriguing aspect of the ceiling involves the mysterious ignudi, the nude male figures that appear throughout the composition. These 20 young men seem to serve no obvious religious purpose, yet they are prominently featured in the design. Some art historians suggest they represent souls in various states of spiritual development, while others believe they may be references to classical mythology or philosophy. Their nudity itself was controversial, as the church later demanded that many nude figures in religious art be covered with clothing. The positioning and gestures of these figures have led some researchers to believe they may be part of an elaborate symbolic code. In Renaissance art, specific hand gestures, body positions, and even the direction of a figure's gaze could carry hidden meanings. Secret societies and philosophical groups of the time often used such visual codes to communicate ideas that couldn't be expressed openly. If Michelangelo was indeed connected to such groups, the ignudi might represent a complex symbolic message about the nature of the soul, human potential, or the relationship between the physical and spiritual worlds. Each of the 20 ignudi appears to be engaged in different activities, some holding bronze medallions, others supporting garlands, and still others appearing to observe or react to the biblical scenes below them. Their varied poses and expressions suggest they might represent different stages of spiritual enlightenment or different aspects of human consciousness. In Neoplatonist philosophy, the soul was believed to progress through various levels of understanding on its journey toward reunion with the divine source. The bronze medallions held by some of the ignudi contain scenes from the Old Testament that don't appear elsewhere on the ceiling. These scenes seem to have been carefully selected to complement or comment on the larger narrative being told in the main panels. Some researchers believe these medallions contain additional coded messages, perhaps referencing specific passages from classical or mystical texts that would have been meaningful to initiates of secret philosophical traditions. Perhaps one of the most controversial theories about hidden messages in the Sistine Chapel involves the possibility that Michelangelo embedded criticisms of the church hierarchy itself into his work. Some researchers point to subtle details in the facial expressions and body language of various figures as evidence of the artist's true feelings about the religious and political establishment he was working for. The figure of God himself, in several of the panels, appears younger and more vigorous than was typical in religious art of the time. Traditional depictions of God, the Father usually showed him as an elderly, bearded figure representing eternal wisdom and authority. Michelangelo's God, however, appears dynamic, almost youthful, flying through space with tremendous energy. Some interpreters see this as a rejection of the static, hierarchical view of divinity promoted by the Church in favor of a more dynamic, accessible concept of the divine. In the panel depicting the creation of the sun, moon, and planets, God appears twice, showing him both approaching and departing from the creative act. This unusual double representation might suggest the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, a concept more aligned with classical philosophy than with Christian linear theology. The departing figure of God reveals his backside, an inclusion that scandalized some contemporary viewers and might represent Michelangelo's subtle commentary on religious authority. There's also the intriguing detail of God's finger in the creation of Adam's scene. While God's finger nearly touches Adam's, creating one of the most iconic images in Western art, the fingers don't actually make contact. This tiny gap has been interpreted in various ways. Some see it as representing the eternal separation between the divine and human, while others suggest it represents potential, the moment just before divine spark ignites human consciousness. But what if it represents something else entirely? What if Michelangelo was suggesting that humans must reach toward divinity themselves, that divine knowledge is not simply given but must be actively sought? The gap between the fingers might also represent the Gnostic concept that divine knowledge exists within humans, but must be awakened rather than received from an external source. In this interpretation, God is not giving life to Adam, but awakening the divine consciousness that already exists within him. This would align with mystical traditions that taught the inherent divinity of human consciousness, ideas that were considered heretical by Orthodox Christianity. The color symbolism throughout the ceiling has also been analyzed for hidden meanings. Michelangelo's use of specific colors in particular contexts may carry coded messages. Purple, traditionally associated with royalty and religious authority, appears in certain contexts that might be interpreted as ironic or subversive. Green, often associated with nature and earthly knowledge, appears prominently in scenes that deal with human wisdom and understanding. Red, the color of passion and life force, is used in ways that might emphasize human vitality and potential rather than divine authority. The color choices become even more intriguing when analyzed in the context of alchemical symbolism. During the Renaissance, alchemy was both a proto-scientific pursuit and a spiritual philosophy that sought to transform base materials into gold and, symbolically, to transform the human soul toward perfection. The three primary alchemical colors, black, white, and red, representing different stages of the transformation process, appear throughout the ceiling in ways that might reference this hidden philosophical system. Recent technological analysis has revealed even more intriguing possibilities. High-resolution photography and computer analysis have uncovered details in the ceiling that weren't visible to previous generations of researchers. Some of these newly discovered elements appear to support theories about hidden anatomical imagery and coded messages. Subtle shading and line work that couldn't be properly analyzed before are now revealing patterns that seem too complex and specific to be accidental. Advanced imaging techniques have revealed that some of the anatomical details are even more precise than originally thought. The brain imagery in the creation of Adam includes structures that wouldn't have been known to Renaissance anatomists without extremely detailed dissection. The frontal lobe, cerebellum, and various other brain regions appear to be represented with remarkable accuracy. This suggests that Michelangelo's anatomical knowledge was far more advanced than previously believed, possibly indicating access to medical texts or dissection opportunities that weren't officially available to artists of the time. Infrared reflectography has also revealed underlying drawings and changes that Michelangelo made during the painting process. Some of these alterations appear to have been made to enhance the hidden anatomical imagery, suggesting that the coded messages were intentionally developed and refined, rather than being accidental byproducts of the artistic process. The question remains, however, whether these apparent hidden messages were intentional, or if modern viewers are reading meanings into the work that Michelangelo never intended. Art historians are divided on this issue. Some argue that the anatomical and symbolic elements are clearly deliberate, pointing to Michelangelo's known interests and the specific nature of the imagery. Others suggest that the human tendency to find patterns and meanings might be leading researchers to see codes and messages where none exist. However, the specificity and accuracy of the anatomical imagery argue strongly for intentional inclusion. The probability of accidentally creating such precise representations of brain anatomy in religious scenes would be astronomically small. Additionally, Michelangelo's documented interest in anatomy, philosophy, and classical learning provides a plausible motivation for including such hidden elements in his work. But there's another layer to consider. What if the hidden messages weren't just Michelangelo's personal rebellion or philosophical expression? What if they were part of a larger network of coded communication among Renaissance intellectuals, artists, and free thinkers? During this period, many ideas that we now consider mainstream, such as scientific approaches to understanding the natural world, were considered dangerous by religious authorities. Artists, philosophers, and scientists may have developed sophisticated methods of sharing and preserving forbidden knowledge. The Renaissance period saw the emergence of various secret societies and informal networks of intellectuals who shared interests in subjects that were officially discouraged or forbidden. These groups often developed elaborate symbolic systems for communicating ideas that couldn't be expressed openly. If Michelangelo was connected to such networks, the Sistine Chapel ceiling might represent not just his personal philosophical views, but a collaborative effort to preserve and transmit forbidden knowledge. Evidence for such networks can be found in the correspondence and writings of Renaissance intellectuals, many of whom wrote in coded language or used classical references to discuss contemporary ideas that might be considered dangerous. The prevalence of alchemical, astrological, and Neoplatonist symbolism in Renaissance art and literature suggests that these subjects were widely discussed among educated elites, despite official church disapproval. The Vatican's own reaction to these theories has been mixed. While church officials generally dismiss claims about hidden heretical messages, they acknowledge Michelangelo's genius and the complexity of his work. Some Vatican scholars have even embraced certain interpretations, such as the anatomical imagery, seeing it as evidence of Michelangelo's belief that understanding God's creation, including the human body, was a form of worship rather than heresy. In recent years, some Vatican officials have shown more openness to scholarly analysis of Renaissance art, acknowledging that the period was one of great intellectual ferment, and that artists often incorporated diverse influences into their work. This more nuanced approach recognizes that the Renaissance church itself was not monolithic, and that various intellectual currents existed within it. The mystery deepens when we consider Michelangelo's other works. The Medici Chapel sculptures, his Pieta, and even his architectural work on St. Peter's Basilica all contain elements that some researchers believe carry hidden meanings. If the Sistine Chapel ceiling contains coded messages, it's likely that Michelangelo's other major works do as well, suggesting a consistent pattern of embedded symbolism throughout his career. The Medici Chapel tombs, for example, contain sculptural figures that seem to reference classical mythology and philosophy in ways that complement rather than compete with Christian symbolism. The figures of day, night, dawn, and dusk that adorn the tombs appear to represent cycles of time and consciousness that align more with ancient philosophical concepts than with traditional Christian views of death and resurrection. Michelangelo's architectural work on St. Peter's Basilica also contains elements that might carry symbolic meaning. The dome, with its mathematical proportions and symbolic decorations, appears to incorporate principles from sacred geometry that were studied by Renaissance philosophers. The building's overall design seems to reference both Christian and classical architectural traditions in ways that might reflect the same syncretic philosophical approach evident in the Sistine Chapel ceiling. One of the most fascinating aspects of this mystery is how it has evolved with technology and changing perspectives. Each generation of researchers, equipped with new tools and freed from certain historical constraints, has discovered new layers of meaning in Michelangelo's work. What will future researchers, with even more advanced analytical tools and different cultural perspectives, discover in the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel? The development of artificial intelligence and machine learning tools for art analysis promises to reveal even more subtle patterns and relationships within the ceiling's complex composition. Computer analysis might be able to identify symbolic connections and mathematical relationships that human researchers have missed, potentially uncovering additional layers of coded meaning. The implications extend beyond art history. If Michelangelo did embed coded messages in the most important religious artwork of his time, it suggests that Renaissance culture was far more complex and subversive than previously understood. It implies the existence of underground networks of knowledge and communication that operated beneath the surface of official religious and political power structures. This revelation would require historians to reconsider their understanding of the relationship between the Renaissance Church and the intellectual movements of the time. Rather than seeing the church as a monolithic opponent of new ideas, we might need to recognize that it contained within it various currents of thought, some of which were more open to philosophical and scientific innovation than others. Some researchers have attempted to decode what they believe to be a complete hidden narrative within the ceiling. According to this theory, the various panels, figures, and symbols combine to tell a story about human consciousness, spiritual evolution, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and religious faith. This hidden narrative supposedly presents a version of human spiritual development that differs significantly from official church doctrine, emphasizing personal enlightenment and direct divine connection over institutional religious authority. This alternative narrative might begin with the creation scenes, which could represent not just the biblical account of creation, but the emergence of consciousness itself. The various prophets and sibyls might represent different approaches to divine knowledge, while the ignudi could symbolize souls at various stages of enlightenment. The overall composition might tell a story about the soul's journey toward divine reunion, incorporating elements from Neoplatonist philosophy, Gnostic spirituality, and scientific understanding of human anatomy and consciousness. The geometric relationships between the various elements of the ceiling might also carry meaning. Renaissance artists and philosophers were deeply interested in sacred geometry, believing that mathematical relationships reflected divine principles. The proportions and spatial relationships between the different panels and figures might encode mathematical concepts that were considered to have spiritual significance. Whether or not Michelangelo intentionally embedded coded messages in the Sistine Chapel ceiling, the mystery itself reveals something important about the power of art to carry multiple layers of meaning. Great artworks often seem to contain more than their creators consciously intended, speaking to different generations in different ways while maintaining their essential mystery and power. The fact that new interpretations and discoveries continue to emerge from analysis of the ceiling suggests that it operates on multiple levels simultaneously. It functions as a masterpiece of religious art that fulfills its official purpose of inspiring devotion and teaching biblical stories. At the same time, it appears to incorporate elements from classical mythology, philosophical traditions, and scientific knowledge in ways that create additional layers of meaning for those equipped to perceive them. The search for hidden messages in Michelangelo's art continues today, with researchers using increasingly sophisticated methods to analyze every brushstroke, every color choice, every geometric relationship within the composition. Each new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, but the complete picture remains elusive, perhaps by design. What we do know is that Michelangelo was a man of extraordinary intelligence and learning, working in a time of tremendous intellectual and cultural upheaval. Whether he consciously embedded coded messages in his work, or whether his deep knowledge and complex worldview naturally expressed itself in ways that seem mysterious to us today, the Sistine Chapel ceiling remains one of humanity's most enigmatic artistic achievements. The persistence of these mysteries suggests that the ceiling operates as more than just a decorative or inspirational artwork. It appears to function as a kind of visual library, encoding multiple forms of knowledge in ways that allow it to speak to different audiences on different levels. For religious believers, it provides inspiration and instruction in Christian doctrine. For students of Renaissance culture, it offers insights into the intellectual currents of the time. For researchers interested in the history of science and philosophy, it provides evidence of the survival and transmission of ancient knowledge through artistic expression. The mystery endures, inviting each new generation to look up at that magnificent ceiling and wonder what secrets it might still be keeping, what messages it might still be waiting to reveal. In the interplay of light and shadow, in the complex relationships between the hundreds of figures that populate its surface, in the mathematical relationships that govern its composition, the ceiling continues to whisper hints about the profound questions that occupy the mind of one of history's greatest artists. Perhaps that is the ultimate message hidden in Michelangelo's masterpiece, that great art transcends the limitations of its time and continues to reveal new truths to each generation that encounters it. The ceiling of the Sistine Chapel stands as a testament to the power of human creativity to encode complex ideas in visual form, creating works that function simultaneously as objects of beauty, sources of inspiration, repositories of knowledge, and catalysts for continued discovery and wonder. In the annals of Vatican history, few events have sparked as much speculation, investigation, and controversy as the sudden death of Pope John Paul I in September 1978. His papacy lasted just 33 days, making him one of the shortest-serving popes in history. But it wasn't the brevity of his reign that captured the world's attention. It was the circumstances surrounding his death, the conflicting accounts of his final hours, and the radical changes he had planned to implement that have led many to believe he was murdered. To understand why some people believe Pope John Paul I was killed, we need to examine not just the night he died, but the man he was, the reforms he intended, and the powerful interests that might have wanted to stop him. This is a story that involves Vatican finances, organized crime, secret societies, and a trail of suspicious deaths that stretches from the halls of the Vatican to the streets of London. Albino Luciani became Pope John Paul I on August 26, 1978, taking a name that honored his two predecessors, John XXIII and Paul VI. He was known as the Smiling Pope, beloved for his warmth, humility, and genuine concern for ordinary people. Unlike many Vatican officials who came from privileged backgrounds, Luciani had grown up in poverty in the mountains of northern Italy. He understood the struggles of working families and had spent his career advocating for social justice and church reform. Luciani's background shaped his worldview in ways that would prove significant during his brief papacy. Born in 1891 in the small village of Forno di Canil, now called Canil de Gordo, he was the son of a migrant worker who traveled to Switzerland each year seeking employment. The family lived in extreme poverty, sometimes surviving on little more than bread and milk. This early experience of hardship gave Luciani a deep empathy for the poor and marginalized that would influence his entire ecclesiastical career. As a young priest and later as a bishop, Luciani had gained a reputation for his progressive social views and his criticism of economic inequality. He had spoken out against the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few while millions lived in poverty. He had also advocated for greater transparency in church finances, arguing that the faithful had a right to know how their donations were being used. These positions had made him popular among ordinary Catholics, but had also created tensions with conservative elements within the Vatican hierarchy. But Pope John Paul I was more than just a kindly pastor. He was also a shrewd administrator who had spent years observing the inner workings of the Vatican as Patriarch of Venice. What he saw troubled him deeply. The Vatican Bank, officially known as the Institute for the Works of Religion, had become entangled in a web of questionable financial dealings. Money was flowing through secret accounts to fund political activities, support right-wing movements, and even, according to some allegations, finance illegal operations. The Vatican Bank had been established in 1942 during World War II, ostensibly to manage the financial affairs of the Holy See and to provide banking services for religious orders and Catholic institutions worldwide. However, by the 1970s, it had evolved into something far more complex and controversial. The bank's special legal status, which exempted it from most Italian banking regulations and provided complete secrecy for its account holders, had made it attractive to wealthy individuals and organizations seeking to hide money or avoid taxes. At the center of these concerns was Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, an American prelate who had been running the Vatican Bank since 1971. Marcinkus, a former golf caddy from Chicago who had risen through the Vatican ranks, was known for his business acumen and his close relationships with controversial financiers. He had transformed the Vatican Bank from a small operation serving church needs into a major international financial institution. But along the way, the bank had become involved in deals that seemed far removed from the church's spiritual mission. Marcinkus had gained Pope Paul VI's confidence by organizing successful papal trips and by demonstrating an apparent talent for financial management. Under his leadership, the Vatican's investments had grown substantially, generating significant income for church operations. However, Critics argued that this growth had come at the cost of the bank's moral integrity and had entangled the Vatican in relationships with questionable characters and organizations. One of the most troubling relationships was with Roberto Calvi, who ran Italy's Banco Ambrosiano and was known as God's banker because of his close ties to the Vatican. Calvi had been using the Vatican Bank to move money in ways that circumvented Italian banking laws. Through a complex network of shell companies and offshore accounts, hundreds of millions of dollars were flowing through Vatican accounts in transactions that investigators later determined were designed to hide money laundering, tax evasion, and illegal political financing. The relationship between Calvi and the Vatican Bank was intricate and multifaceted. Calvi's Banco Ambrosiano had provided significant loans to Vatican-controlled companies, while the Vatican Bank held substantial shares in Banco Ambrosiano. This circular ownership structure created opportunities for financial manipulation and made it difficult for regulators to track the flow of money between the institutions. Italian investigators later determined that this arrangement had been used to siphon hundreds of millions of dollars out of Banco Ambrosiano, money that disappeared into a maze of offshore companies and secret accounts. The complexity of these financial arrangements suggests a level of sophistication that went far beyond simple banking irregularities. The network of companies and accounts involved in the Vatican Bank scandal stretched from Panama to Luxembourg to the Bahamas, involving some of the world's most secretive financial centers. This global network appeared designed to hide the true ownership and destination of the money flowing through it, suggesting that it was being used for purposes that its creators wanted to keep secret. Pope John Paul I had begun to investigate these activities within days of his election. He requested detailed financial reports and started asking uncomfortable questions about the bank's operations. According to several Vatican insiders who spoke anonymously to journalists years later, the new pope was preparing to remove Archbishop Marcinkus from his position and implement sweeping reforms of Vatican finances. The speed with which the new pope moved to investigate financial irregularities was remarkable. Within his first week in office, he had requested comprehensive reports on the Vatican Bank's operations, including details about major account holders and significant transactions. He had also begun meeting with financial experts from outside the Vatican to get independent assessments of the bank's activities. This rapid action suggests that Luciani had been aware of problems with Vatican finances even before becoming pope, and had already formed plans for addressing them. But the financial irregularities weren't the only problems the new pope was confronting. He was also concerned about the Vatican's connections to a secret Masonic lodge known as Propaganda Due, or P2. This organization, led by Licio Gelli, included prominent figures from Italian politics, business, and even the Vatican itself. P2 was involved in political manipulation, financial corruption, and according to some investigators, even terrorist activities designed to destabilize the Italian government. Propaganda Due represented a particularly insidious threat to the integrity of Italian institutions. The lodge operated as a shadow power structure, using its network of members to influence elections, manipulate media coverage, and coordinate business deals that benefited its members at the expense of the public good. Italian investigators later determined that P2 had been involved in planning a fascist coup attempt and had connections to various terrorist incidents during the years of Lead, Italy's period of political violence in the 1970s. Several high-ranking Vatican officials were allegedly members of P2, including Archbishop Marcinkus himself. The lodge operated as a shadow power structure, using its network of members to influence political decisions and financial transactions across Italy and beyond. For a man like Pope John Paul I, who believed in transparency and honesty in church affairs, the existence of such secret networks within the Vatican was intolerable. The membership list of P2, discovered by Italian police in 1981, included nearly 1,000 prominent Italians from across the political and business spectrum. The presence of Vatican officials on this list was particularly shocking, as it suggested that church leaders were participating in activities that were fundamentally opposed to Catholic teachings about honesty, transparency, and service to the common good. The Pope had also begun planning other reforms that would have challenged powerful interests within the church hierarchy. He intended to review the Vatican's investments in pharmaceutical companies that manufactured birth control products, a position that put him at odds with conservative elements who profited from these investments, regardless of their moral implications. He was also considering changes to church doctrine on divorce and contraception that would have been revolutionary for the Catholic Church. These proposed doctrinal changes represented a potential earthquake within the Catholic Church. For centuries, the Church's teachings on sexual morality and family life had remained largely unchanged, and any modifications would have had profound implications for millions of Catholics worldwide. Progressive Catholics had long hoped for such changes, while conservative elements within the Church viewed them as fundamental betrayals of Catholic tradition. The Pope's willingness to consider doctrinal changes also suggested a more democratic approach to church governance. Rather than simply maintaining existing teachings, he appeared interested in engaging with contemporary moral and social questions in ways that might lead to evolving positions. This approach was controversial even among those who supported specific reforms, as it challenged traditional concepts of papal authority and doctrinal stability. On the evening of September 28, 1978, Pope John Paul I retired to his private apartments as usual. He had spent the day working on preparations for several important meetings scheduled for the following week, including discussions about major personnel changes in the Vatican hierarchy. According to the official Vatican account, he was found dead in his bed the next morning by Sister Vincenza, the nun who served as his housekeeper. The events of that final evening would become the subject of intense scrutiny and speculation. According to Vatican accounts, the Pope had dinner alone in his apartment, spent time reading and preparing for the next day's appointments, and retired to bed at his usual time. Nothing in his behavior or demeanor had suggested any health problems or concerns. He had seemed his normal, cheerful self during his final public appearances earlier that day. But almost immediately, questions arose about the official story. The Vatican initially claimed that the Pope had been found with a copy of the Imitation of Christ, a religious book, in his hands. Later, this story was changed, with officials saying he had been reading papers related to church appointments. The time of discovery was also changed from 4:45 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., with no explanation for the discrepancy. These changes in the official story raised immediate suspicions among journalists and investigators. Why would the Vatican change such basic details about the circumstances of the Pope's death? The alterations seemed particularly strange, given that they involved easily verifiable facts. If Vatican officials had been confused about these details initially, why didn't they conduct a more thorough investigation before releasing official statements? The discovery that the Pope had been reading appointment papers rather than religious texts was particularly significant. Several people had seen the Pope working on a list of Vatican officials he planned to remove from their positions, including Archbishop Marcinkus. The presence of such documents at his bedside suggested that he had been actively working on implementing his reforms right up until his final hours. Even more troubling was the Vatican's handling of the Pope's body and personal effects. No autopsy was performed, despite Italian law requiring one for any unexpected death. The Vatican claimed that canon law prohibited autopsies on papal remains, but church lawyers later acknowledged that no such prohibition existed. The Pope's body was embalmed within 12 hours of death, making any future forensic examination impossible. The decision to forego an autopsy was particularly controversial given the circumstances of the death. Italian law required autopsies for all sudden, unexplained deaths, and the Vatican's claim of exemption based on canon law was questionable at best. The rapid embalming of the body seemed designed to prevent any possibility of future forensic analysis, raising questions about what such an analysis might have revealed. The Vatican's handling of the situation violated normal protocols for investigating unexpected deaths. In any other context, the sudden death of a major public figure would have triggered a comprehensive investigation, including forensic analysis, interviews with associates, and examination of all relevant documents and materials. The Vatican's refusal to allow such procedures suggested either incompetence or deliberate obstruction. Personal items from the Pope's bedside table disappeared, including his glasses, slippers, and most importantly, a list of Vatican officials he had planned to remove from their positions. This list, which several people had seen the Pope working on in his final days, was never found. Also missing was a bottle of medicine the Pope had been taking for low blood pressure, which raised questions about whether he had been receiving proper medical care or whether his medication might have been tampered with. The disappearance of these items was particularly suspicious, given their potential significance as evidence. The list of planned personnel changes would have provided crucial insights into the Pope's reform agenda and might have identified individuals who had strong motives for wanting to prevent his plans from being implemented. The missing medication was equally significant, as it could have provided evidence of whether the Pope had been properly caring for his health or whether his medication had been altered in some way. The systematic removal of potential evidence from the Pope's apartment suggested a deliberate effort to conceal information about his death. Such actions were inconsistent with an innocent desire to protect the Pope's privacy or dignity, and instead suggested that someone wanted to prevent investigators from reconstructing the events leading to his death. The official cause of death was listed as acute myocardial infarction, a heart attack, but the Pope had no history of heart problems and had been examined by Vatican physicians just days before his death, who found him to be in excellent health for a 65-year-old man. His personal physician, who had treated him for years in Venice, was not consulted about the cause of death and later expressed surprise at the heart attack diagnosis. The medical circumstances surrounding the Pope's death raised numerous questions. Heart attacks typically occur in individuals with a history of cardiovascular disease or significant risk factors such as high blood pressure, diabetes, or smoking. Pope John Paul I had none of these risk factors and had maintained good health throughout his life. His only medical issue was mild low blood pressure, a condition that actually reduces the risk of heart attack. The absence of any prior warning signs or symptoms made the heart attack diagnosis even more questionable. Most heart attacks are preceded by chest pain, shortness of breath, or other symptoms that would have been noticed by the Pope or those around him. The fact that he appeared normal throughout his final day and retired to bed without any apparent distress made a natural heart attack seem unlikely. In the days following the Pope's death, a pattern of suspicious deaths began to emerge among people connected to the Vatican bank scandal. Roberto Calvi, the banker who had been working closely with Archbishop Marcinkus, was found hanging under Blackfriars Bridge in London in June 1982. Initially ruled a suicide, investigators later determined that Calvi had been murdered. Before his death, Calvi had been trying to negotiate a deal with prosecutors by revealing details about the Vatican bank's illegal activities. The circumstances of Calvi's death were particularly bizarre and suspicious. His body was found hanging from scaffolding under the Thames Bridge, weighed down with bricks and stones stuffed into his clothing. His pockets contained over $10,000 in cash and fake identification documents. The initial suicide ruling was based on the assumption that Calvi, facing criminal charges and financial ruin, had taken his own life in despair. However, subsequent investigations revealed numerous problems with the suicide theory. Calvi was afraid of heights and couldn't swim, making it unlikely that he would have chosen to climb under a bridge over the Thames to kill himself. The scaffolding from which he was hanging would have required significant physical agility to reach, and Calvi was not in good physical condition. Most importantly, forensic analysis revealed that Calvi's hands showed no traces of rust or paint from the scaffolding, suggesting that he had not climbed there himself. The murder was eventually attributed to the mafia, specifically to members of the Cosa Nostra who had been using Banco Ambrosiano to launder drug money. Calvi's death occurred just as he was preparing to reveal details about these money laundering operations to prosecutors in exchange for a reduced sentence. His cooperation with authorities would have exposed not only criminal activities, but also the Vatican Bank's role in facilitating them. Michele Sindona, another banker connected to the Vatican financial network, died in prison in March 1986 from cyanide poisoning. He had been serving a 25-year sentence for bank fraud and was scheduled to testify about Vatican financial dealings when he died. Prison officials ruled it suicide, but Sindona had told his lawyers he feared for his life and believed he would be killed to prevent his testimony. Sindona's death was particularly significant because of his extensive knowledge of the Vatican Bank's operations during the 1970s. As a financial advisor to the Vatican, he had been involved in some of the most questionable transactions and had detailed knowledge of how money was moved through the bank's secret accounts. His testimony could have provided prosecutors with a comprehensive understanding of the entire financial network and the Vatican's role in it. The cyanide poisoning was supposedly self-administered through coffee that Sindona had prepared in his prison cell. However, cyanide is not easily obtained in prison, and Sindona had been under close surveillance due to the sensitive nature of his case. The fact that he was able to obtain a lethal dose of poison without detection raised questions about whether he had received assistance or whether the poisoning had been administered by someone else. Even more mysterious was the death of John Paul I's potential successor in financial reforms. Cardinal Jean Villot, the Vatican Secretary of State, who would have been responsible for implementing the Pope's planned changes, died suddenly in March 1979, just 6 months after the Pope's death. Like the Pope, Cardinal Villot died of an apparent heart attack with no prior history of heart problems. Cardinal Villot's death eliminated one of the most knowledgeable insiders who could have continued the financial reforms that Pope John Paul I had planned. As Secretary of State, Villot had access to all of the Pope's plans and had been briefed on the extent of the financial irregularities that needed to be addressed. His sudden death meant that much of the institutional knowledge about the planned reforms died with him. The timing of Villot's death was particularly suspicious. He died just as the new Pope, John Paul II, was settling into his role and beginning to address administrative issues within the Vatican. If Villot had survived, he could have provided continuity between the two papacies and might have been able to implement some of the reforms that his predecessor had planned. These deaths created a trail of bodies connected to the Vatican Bank scandal that investigative journalists dubbed the Vatican murders. While each death individually could be explained as natural or coincidental, the pattern raised disturbing questions about whether a systematic elimination of witnesses and reformers was taking place. The pattern became even more disturbing when investigators began to examine the broader context of deaths connected to the P2 Masonic Lodge and related financial scandals. Over the course of several years, numerous people with knowledge of these activities died under suspicious circumstances, creating what some researchers called a conspiracy of silence, maintained through violence and intimidation. The investigation into these deaths was complicated by the involvement of multiple intelligence agencies and organized crime groups. The P2 Masonic Lodge had connections not only to the Vatican, but also to the Italian Secret Services, the CIA, and various criminal organizations. Some investigators believe that Pope John Paul I stumbled into a complex web of intelligence operations and money laundering that extended far beyond simple financial corruption. According to this theory, the Vatican Bank was being used as a conduit for covert operations funding, including support for anti-communist activities in Eastern Europe and Latin America. The bank's special status, which exempted it from most banking regulations and oversight, made it an ideal vehicle for moving money for intelligence operations. Any investigation or reform of the bank's activities would have exposed these operations and potentially compromised ongoing intelligence activities. The Cold War context of the late 1970s provides important background for understanding these theories. The period was marked by intense superpower competition, and intelligence agencies on both sides were engaged in extensive covert operations. The Catholic Church, with its global reach and anti-communist stance, was a natural ally for Western intelligence agencies seeking to counter Soviet influence around the world. The Vatican's role in supporting solidarity in Poland and other anti-communist movements in Eastern Europe is well documented. However, the extent to which the Vatican Bank was used to fund these activities remains largely secret. If Pope John Paul I's investigation had exposed these covert funding operations, it could have severely damaged Western intelligence capabilities in a crucial region during a critical period of the Cold War. The involvement of organized crime adds another layer to the mystery. Italian prosecutors later determined that the Sicilian mafia had been using the Vatican Bank to launder drug money through the same network of accounts and shell companies that were being used for other illegal activities. The amounts involved were enormous, running into hundreds of millions of dollars. The mafia had strong incentives to prevent any investigation that might expose their money laundering operations. The mafia's use of the Vatican Bank for money laundering was particularly sophisticated and extensive. Drug proceeds from operations in the United States and Europe were channeled through a complex network of offshore companies and shell corporations before being deposited in Vatican Bank accounts. From there, the money could be transferred to legitimate investments or withdrawn as clean funds. This money laundering operation provided enormous profits for both the criminal organizations and the financial institutions involved. The Vatican Bank earned substantial fees from the transactions, while the criminals gained access to the international financial system through one of the world's most secretive and respected institutions. The mutual benefits created strong incentives for all parties to maintain the arrangement and to eliminate any threats to its continuation. Some investigators have suggested that Pope John Paul I was killed not by any single organization, but by a coalition of interests that all had reasons to prevent his reforms. This coalition might have included corrupt Vatican officials who were profiting from the bank's activities, intelligence agencies that were using the bank for covert operations, criminal organizations that were using it for money laundering, and political groups that were receiving illegal funding through Vatican accounts. The idea of a coordinated assassination involving multiple parties might seem far-fetched, but the interconnected nature of the various criminal and intelligence networks involved in the Vatican Bank scandal makes such cooperation plausible. These groups already had established relationships and shared interest in maintaining the existing financial arrangements. They also had the resources and expertise necessary to carry out a sophisticated assassination and cover-up. The method of assassination, if that's what occurred, remains a subject of speculation. Some researchers have suggested that the Pope was poisoned, possibly with digitalis, a heart medication that in large doses can cause fatal cardiac arrhythmias while being difficult to detect in routine examinations. Digitalis poisoning would explain the heart attack symptoms while leaving no obvious traces of foul play. Digitalis is derived from the foxglove plant and has been used both as a heart medication and as a poison throughout history. In therapeutic doses, it strengthens heart contractions and regulates heart rhythm. However, in larger doses, it can cause dangerous arrhythmias that can be fatal. The symptoms of digitalis poisoning closely resemble those of a natural heart attack, making it an ideal poison for someone seeking to cause a death that would appear natural. The Pope's low blood pressure medication could have provided a perfect cover for administering digitalis. If his regular medication was replaced with or supplemented by digitalis, the poisoning could have been administered gradually over several days, making the final fatal dose appear to be the result of a sudden heart attack rather than poisoning. Others have theorized that the Pope's regular medication was tampered with or replaced with a substance that would cause a fatal reaction. Since no autopsy was performed and the Pope's medication disappeared from his room, this theory cannot be proven or disproven. The rapid embalming of the body ensured that any toxicological evidence was destroyed. The sophistication required for such a poisoning plot suggests involvement by people with medical knowledge and access to the Pope's personal quarters. This points to involvement by Vatican insiders who would have had the necessary access and knowledge to carry out such a plan. The fact that key evidence disappeared so quickly after the death also suggests coordination among multiple people within the Vatican hierarchy. The Vatican's behavior in the aftermath of the Pope's death has been cited as evidence of a cover-up. The immediate destruction or disappearance of potential evidence, the conflicting stories about the circumstances of discovery, and the refusal to allow an independent investigation all suggest that church officials were trying to hide something. Even Vatican insiders have privately acknowledged that the handling of the situation was suspicious. The cover-up appears to have been implemented with remarkable speed and efficiency. Within hours of the Pope's death, key evidence had been removed, stories had been coordinated, and procedures had been established to prevent independent investigation. Such rapid and comprehensive action suggests advanced planning and coordination among multiple parties. The Vatican's refusal to allow an independent investigation was particularly damaging to its credibility. The Church's claim that canon law prohibited an autopsy was quickly debunked by legal experts, making it clear that the refusal was based on policy rather than legal requirements. This stonewalling behavior only reinforced suspicions that church officials were hiding something important. In the years following Pope John Paul I's death, several books and investigations have attempted to uncover the truth. The most comprehensive investigation was conducted by British journalist David Yallop, whose book, In God's Name, presented detailed evidence supporting the murder theory. Yallop's investigation revealed the extent of the Vatican Bank's illegal activities and the powerful interests that would have been threatened by the Pope's reforms. Yallop's book, published in 1984, was based on extensive interviews with Vatican insiders, financial experts, and investigators involved in various aspects of the scandal. His research revealed a complex web of financial corruption that extended far beyond what had been publicly known at the time. The book provided detailed documentation of the Vatican Bank's role in money laundering, tax evasion, and illegal political financing. The impact of Yallop's investigation was significant, forcing the Vatican to address questions about its financial practices and leading to some reforms of the Vatican Bank's operations. However, many of the most serious allegations in the book were never fully investigated by official authorities, leaving important questions unanswered. More recent investigations have uncovered additional evidence of the Vatican's involvement in questionable financial activities during this period. Italian prosecutors have confirmed that the Vatican Bank was used for money laundering operations involving both organized crime and intelligence agencies. They have also established that several of the key figures in these operations died under suspicious circumstances. Subsequent investigations by Italian authorities have revealed even more extensive corruption than was originally suspected. The collapse of Banco Ambrosiano in 1982 led to one of the largest banking scandals in Italian history, with losses of over $1 billion. Italian prosecutors determined that much of this money had been stolen through fraudulent transactions involving the Vatican Bank. However, proving that Pope John Paul I was murdered remains challenging. The lack of physical evidence, the passage of time, and the death of most of the key witnesses make definitive proof nearly impossible. The Vatican has consistently denied any wrongdoing and maintains that the Pope died of natural causes. The Vatican's continued refusal to release documents related to the case has hindered independent investigation. Church archives contain extensive records from the period, including correspondence, financial documents, and meeting minutes that could shed light on the events surrounding the Pope's death. However, these materials remain sealed and are not available to researchers or investigators. But the circumstantial evidence is compelling. A reform-minded pope who threatened powerful financial interests died suddenly just as he was about to implement major changes. Key evidence disappeared, no proper investigation was conducted, and several people connected to the scandal died under suspicious circumstances in the following years. The pattern suggests a systematic effort to prevent exposure of illegal activities within the Vatican. The consistency of this pattern across multiple deaths and the involvement of the same networks and organizations in each case make coincidence seem unlikely. The deaths of Pope John Paul I, Roberto Calvi, Michele Sindona, and Cardinal Villat, along with several other figures connected to the scandal, created a systematic elimination of people who had knowledge of the Vatican Bank's illegal activities. The mystery of Pope John Paul I's death raises fundamental questions about power, corruption, and accountability within one of the world's most influential institutions. It suggests that even the highest levels of the Catholic Church were not immune to the corrupting influence of money and power. Whether or not the Pope was murdered, the scandal surrounding his death revealed the existence of a shadow network of financial corruption that extended from the Vatican to criminal organizations and intelligence agencies around the world. The implications extend beyond the Catholic Church to questions about the relationship between religious institutions, political power, and international finance. The Vatican Bank scandal revealed how religious authority could be exploited to facilitate activities that were fundamentally opposed to the moral teachings that the institution was supposed to represent. Today, more than 4 decades after Pope John Paul I's death, the questions remain unanswered. The Vatican has never provided a satisfactory explanation for the suspicious circumstances surrounding his death, and key documents related to the case remain sealed in Vatican archives. The truth about what happened during those 33 days in 1978 may never be fully revealed, but the questions it raised about corruption and accountability continue to resonate. The case has become a symbol of the need for transparency and accountability in powerful institutions. The fact that such serious allegations could be made against the Vatican without being definitively resolved highlights the problems that arise when institutions are allowed to investigate themselves and control access to relevant evidence. The legacy of Pope John Paul I extends beyond the mystery of his death. His brief papacy represented a moment of hope for reform within the Catholic Church, a promise of greater transparency and accountability that was cut short. Whether by natural causes or foul play, his death marked the end of what might have been a transformative period in church history. The reforms that Pope John Paul I had planned, including greater financial transparency, reduced connections to questionable political and criminal organizations, and more progressive social teachings, might have fundamentally changed the Catholic Church's relationship with the modern world. His death ended those possibilities and allowed existing power structures to maintain themselves. The story serves as a reminder that even the most powerful institutions are not immune to corruption, and that those who challenge entrenched interests, even from positions of great authority, may face deadly consequences. In the shadowy world where organized crime, intelligence agencies, and corrupt officials intersect, the line between natural death and murder can become dangerously blurred. The persistence of questions about Pope John Paul I's death reflects broader concerns about accountability and transparency in powerful institutions. The fact that such serious allegations could be made without being definitively resolved highlights the problems that arise when institutions are allowed to control investigations into their own conduct. The mystery endures, a testament to the complex and often dark realities that can lurk beneath the surface of even the most revered institutions. For those who seek truth and justice, the case of Pope John Paul I remains an unsolved puzzle, a reminder that some secrets may be too dangerous for those in power to allow them to be revealed. The questions surrounding his death continue to influence discussions about Vatican reform and transparency. Each new revelation about financial corruption or abuse of power within the Church brings renewed attention to the case and reinforces the need for independent oversight of religious institutions. Whether Pope John Paul I was murdered or died of natural causes, his story represents a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked power and the importance of accountability in all institutions. The mystery of his death serves as a lasting reminder that the search for truth and justice must continue, even when powerful interests seek to prevent it. Deep within the marble halls of the Vatican, behind closed doors that have remained sealed for centuries, lies one of history's most powerful and secretive organizations. They call themselves the Society of Jesus, but the world knows them as the Jesuits. For nearly 500 years, they have operated in the shadows of the Catholic Church, wielding influence that reaches far beyond the walls of any cathedral or monastery. But what secrets do they guard? What missions have they undertaken that remain hidden from public view? And perhaps most intriguingly, what role do they truly play in the governance of the world's smallest sovereign state? The story of the Jesuits begins in 1540 with a Spanish soldier turned saint named Ignatius of Loyola. After being wounded in battle, Ignatius experienced a spiritual awakening that would reshape not just his own life, but the entire trajectory of the Catholic Church. He gathered around him a small group of companions, all university-educated men who shared his vision of creating a new kind of religious order, one that would be different from the traditional monastic communities that had dominated Christianity for centuries. What made the Jesuits unique was their structure and their mission. Unlike other religious orders that emphasized contemplative life within monastery walls, the Jesuits were designed to be mobile, flexible, and ready to go wherever the Pope needed them most. They took a special vow of obedience directly to the Pope himself, earning them the nickname God's Marines. But this military-like organization and unwavering loyalty to papal authority would soon make them both incredibly powerful and deeply controversial. From their earliest days, the Jesuits were tasked with some of the most sensitive and dangerous missions in church history. They were sent as missionaries to the farthest reaches of the known world, establishing outposts in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. But they weren't just spreading the gospel. They were gathering intelligence, mapping unknown territories, and establishing networks of influence that would serve the Vatican's interests for centuries to come. In China, Jesuit missionaries like Matteo Ricci didn't just preach Christianity. They became advisors to the imperial court, introducing Western mathematics, astronomy, and technology to Chinese rulers. They learned Mandarin, adopted Chinese customs, and gained access to the highest levels of Chinese society. But were they simply trying to convert the Chinese people to Christianity, or were they serving as the Vatican's eyes and ears in one of the world's most important empires? Similar patterns emerged wherever the Jesuits established themselves. In Japan, they gained the favor of powerful daimyo lords and even influenced national policy for a time. In India, they established schools and churches that became centers of learning and political influence. In the Americas, they created vast networks of missions that controlled enormous territories and indigenous populations. But perhaps nowhere was Jesuit influence more pronounced than in Europe itself. Within a century of their founding, Jesuits had become the confessors and advisors to kings, queens, and emperors across the continent. They established some of Europe's most prestigious universities and schools, educating the sons of nobility and creating a network of alumni who would go on to occupy positions of power throughout European society. This influence, however, came at a price. By the 18th century, the Jesuits had accumulated so much wealth and power that they became a threat not just to other religious orders, but to the secular authorities themselves. They were accused of meddling in politics, of placing loyalty to the Pope above loyalty to their own countries, and of using their vast wealth to manipulate governments and markets. The accusations weren't entirely unfounded. The Jesuits had indeed become incredibly wealthy, controlling vast plantations in the Americas worked by enslaved people, operating successful businesses across Europe and Asia, and managing financial investments that rivaled those of the great banking houses of the time. They had become, in essence, a multinational corporation disguised as a religious order. But it was their involvement in politics that ultimately led to their downfall. In country after country, secular rulers began to view the Jesuits as a threat to their authority. The Portuguese expelled them from their territories in 1759. France followed suit in 1764. Spain and its colonies expelled them in 1767. Other European powers soon joined in what became known as the suppression of the Jesuits. The pressure on the Vatican became so intense that in 1773, Pope Clement XIV issued a papal brief officially dissolving the Society of Jesus. For the first time in over 2 centuries, the Jesuits ceased to exist as a recognized religious order within the Catholic Church. But did they really disappear, or did they simply go underground? Here's where the mystery deepens. While officially suppressed, many former Jesuits continued to operate in secret networks across Europe and beyond. In Prussia and Russia, where the papal brief was never officially enforced, Jesuit communities continued to function openly. Elsewhere, former Jesuits maintained their connections and continued their work under different names and organizations. During the 4 decades of their official suppression, strange things happened across Europe. Secret societies flourished. Revolutionary movements gained momentum. The French Revolution erupted with a fury that swept away centuries of established order. Some historians have speculated that former Jesuits, operating through various secret networks, may have played a role in fomenting the revolutionary fervor that transformed European society. When the Jesuits were officially restored in 1814, they emerged into a very different world. The old monarchies had been shaken to their foundations. New ideas about democracy, nationalism, and individual rights were spreading across the globe. The Catholic Church itself was struggling to maintain its temporal power in an increasingly secular age. But the restored Jesuits adapted quickly to this new reality. They threw themselves into education with renewed vigor, establishing schools and universities around the world. They embraced new technologies and methods of communication. They began to study and engage with modern philosophy, science, and political theory in ways that other Catholic organizations found difficult to accept. By the 20th century, the Jesuits had regained much of their former influence, but in subtler ways. Instead of serving as confessors to kings, they became professors at prestigious universities. Instead of advising emperors, they shaped public opinion through their writings and teachings. They had learned to work within democratic systems rather than trying to control them directly. But questions about their true agenda persisted. Critics pointed to their continued emphasis on absolute obedience to their superiors, their secretive decision-making processes, and their tendency to place institutional loyalty above individual conscience. They noted that Jesuit-educated leaders could be found in positions of power throughout the world, from government offices to corporate boardrooms to media organizations. The election of Jorge Mario Bergoglio as Pope Francis in 2013 brought these questions into sharp focus once again. For the first time in church history, a Jesuit had been elected pope. What did this mean for the future of the Catholic Church and for the Vatican's relationship with the wider world? Pope Francis has presented himself as a reformer, someone committed to making the Church more transparent, more responsive to the needs of the poor and marginalized, and more engaged with contemporary social and environmental issues. But critics wonder whether his reforms represent genuine change or simply a more sophisticated approach to maintaining and extending church influence in a skeptical age. The Jesuits themselves remain as secretive as ever about their internal operations. Their decision-making processes are closed to outsiders. Their financial arrangements are opaque. Their global network of schools, universities, and other institutions operates with a level of coordination that seems to transcend national boundaries and local concerns. What makes the Jesuit mystery even more intriguing is their intellectual sophistication. Unlike many religious organizations that reject modern scholarship and scientific inquiry, the Jesuits have embraced both. They operate some of the world's leading astronomical observatories. Their scholars contribute to cutting-edge research in fields ranging from anthropology to quantum physics. They engage seriously with contemporary philosophy, political theory, and social science. This intellectual engagement has allowed them to maintain relevance and influence in an age when many religious organizations have been marginalized. But it also raises questions about their ultimate objectives. Are they genuinely committed to the pursuit of truth and knowledge, or are they using their intellectual credentials to advance a deeper agenda? The Vatican Observatory, operated by Jesuit astronomers, has been at the forefront of astronomical research for over a century. Jesuit scientists have discovered asteroids, contributed to our understanding of stellar evolution, and engaged seriously with questions about the possibility of extraterrestrial life. But why would a religious order invest so heavily in space research? What are they looking for among the stars? Similarly, Jesuit universities around the world conduct research into artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, climate change, and other cutting-edge scientific fields. Their scholars serve on government advisory committees, corporate boards, and international organizations. They shape policy discussions and public opinion on some of the most important issues facing humanity. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of modern Jesuit activity is their involvement in interfaith dialogue and global governance initiatives. Jesuits can be found working with the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, and other international organizations that are shaping the future of global society. They participate in discussions about world government, global economic policy, and the management of planetary resources. This raises profound questions about the relationship between religious authority and secular power in the modern world. Are the Jesuits working to create a more just and sustainable global society, as they claim? Or are they positioning themselves to exercise influence over whatever forms of global governance emerge in the coming decades? The truth is that we may never know the full extent of Jesuit influence or their ultimate objectives. Their commitment to secrecy, combined with their intellectual sophistication and global reach, makes them one of the most enigmatic organizations in the modern world. They operate simultaneously as educators, researchers, missionaries, and political actors, with loyalties that transcend national boundaries and democratic institutions. What we do know is that after nearly 500 years of existence, the Jesuits continue to adapt and evolve in response to changing circumstances. They have survived suppression, persecution, and countless attempts to limit their influence. They have reinvented themselves multiple times while maintaining their core identity and mission. As we move deeper into the 21st century, with its challenges of global warming, technological disruption, and increasing inequality, the Jesuits seem positioned to play an important role in shaping humanity's response. Whether that role will be beneficial or concerning may depend on questions that only they can answer. Questions about their true beliefs, their ultimate objectives, and their vision for the future of human civilization. The secrets of the Jesuits remain locked away in archives and meeting rooms around the world, but their influence continues to be felt in ways both visible and invisible, as this ancient order adapts once again to the challenges and opportunities of a rapidly changing world. When most people think of the Vatican, they imagine the Pope standing on his balcony, addressing crowds gathered in St. Peter's Square. They see the ceremonial grandeur, the ancient traditions, the spiritual authority that has guided over 1 billion Catholics for nearly 2,000 years. But behind the public face of papal power lies a complex web of institutions, individuals, and interests that raise a troubling question: who really controls the world's smallest sovereign state? The Vatican is unique among world governments. It's an absolute monarchy where the Pope theoretically holds supreme executive, legislative, and judicial power. But unlike other monarchies, the Vatican's ruler is elected by a secretive process involving cardinals from around the world. And unlike other governments, the Vatican claims not just temporal authority over its tiny territory, but spiritual authority over Catholics everywhere. This unusual combination of religious and political power has made the Vatican a magnet for those who seek to influence global affairs. Throughout its history, the Holy See has been courted, pressured, and infiltrated by rulers, revolutionaries, and secret societies. The question isn't whether outside forces try to control the Vatican, but rather which ones have succeeded and to what extent. To understand who might control the Vatican today, we need to look at the various power centers that compete for influence within the Holy See. The most obvious is the College of Cardinals, the group of high-ranking church officials who elect the Pope and supposedly advise him on matters of church governance. But the College of Cardinals is itself a complex political body, with members representing different national, theological, and institutional interests. Cardinals are appointed by the Pope himself, which should theoretically ensure their loyalty to papal authority. But in practice, cardinals often represent the interests of their home countries, their theological factions, or their institutional affiliations. A cardinal from Germany may feel pressure to represent German Catholic interests. A cardinal who rose through the ranks of a particular religious order may remain loyal to that order's agenda. A cardinal who has worked extensively with Vatican finances may be influenced by banking and investment concerns. This creates a situation where the very body that elects the Pope and advises him on church governance is pulled in multiple directions by competing loyalties and interests. The Pope may believe he's receiving objective counsel from his cardinals, when in fact he's being influenced by a complex web of political and economic forces. But the College of Cardinals is just one source of potential influence over Vatican decision-making. The Roman Curia, the central administration of the Catholic Church, is another power center that deserves scrutiny. The Curia consists of various departments, or dicasteries, that handle everything from church doctrine to Vatican finances to diplomatic relations with other countries. Each of these departments has its own institutional culture, its own priorities, and its own networks of relationships with outside organizations. The Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, for example, has traditionally been dominated by conservative theologians who are suspicious of liberal reforms. The Vatican's Secretariat of State, which handles diplomatic relations, has close ties with foreign governments and intelligence services. The administration of the Patrimony of the Apostolic See, which manages Vatican investments, works closely with international banks and financial institutions. These different departments often work at cross purposes with each other, creating opportunities for outside forces to exploit divisions within the Vatican hierarchy. A foreign government that wants to influence Vatican policy might cultivate relationships with officials in the Secretariat of State, while simultaneously funding conservative groups that lobby the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. But perhaps the most significant source of external influence over the Vatican comes from its financial arrangements. The Holy See's budget is relatively small by the standards of most governments, but its financial needs create dependencies that can be exploited by those who control the purse strings. The Vatican's income comes from several sources: donations from Catholics around the world, known as Peter's Pence, returns on investments managed by the Vatican Bank and other financial institutions, revenue from Vatican museums and other commercial enterprises, and contributions from various Catholic organizations and wealthy individuals. Each of these income streams creates potential leverage points for those who want to influence Vatican policy. Major donors to Peter's Pence can threaten to withdraw their contributions if the Vatican takes positions they oppose. The managers of Vatican investments can steer church money toward projects that serve their own interests or the interests of their secular partners. Catholic organizations that provide significant funding to Vatican operations can use that funding to push for particular policies or appointments. The Vatican Bank itself, officially known as the Institute for the Works of Religion, has been a particular source of controversy. Established in 1942 to manage the financial affairs of the Holy See, the bank has been plagued by scandals involving money laundering, tax evasion, and connections to organized crime. While recent reforms have supposedly cleaned up the bank's operations, questions remain about who really controls its activities and whether it serves the interests of the church or other parties. The bank's board of directors includes both Vatican officials and lay experts from the international financial community. These outside experts bring valuable expertise to the bank's operations, but they also bring their own networks of relationships and interests. A board member who also serves on the boards of major international banks might use their position to steer Vatican investments toward projects that benefit those banks. A board member with ties to particular governments or political movements might influence the bank's policies in ways that serve those external interests. But financial influence over the Vatican isn't limited to formal channels. The Holy See has long relied on wealthy Catholic individuals and organizations to fund its operations and initiatives. These major donors often expect and receive access to high-ranking Vatican officials, opportunities to influence church policy, and recognition for their contributions. Some of the Vatican's most significant donors are members of organizations like Opus Dei, the Knights of Columbus, and various other Catholic lay movements. These organizations have their own theological and political agendas, and their financial support of the Vatican comes with implicit or explicit expectations about church policy and priorities. Opus Dei, in particular, has been the subject of speculation about its influence over Vatican operations. Founded in Spain in 1928, Opus Dei emphasizes the sanctification of ordinary work and has attracted many successful professionals and business leaders to its ranks. Members of Opus Dei can be found in positions of influence throughout the Vatican bureaucracy, leading some to wonder whether the organization has become a kind of shadow government within the Holy See. The influence of national governments over Vatican policy is another factor that complicates questions about who really controls the Holy See. The Vatican maintains diplomatic relations with most of the world's countries, and these relationships inevitably involve mutual influence and pressure. The United States, for example, has had a complex relationship with the Vatican that has evolved significantly over the centuries. During the Cold War, the Vatican and the United States found themselves on the same side in opposing communist expansion, leading to unprecedented cooperation between American intelligence services and Vatican diplomatic networks. This cooperation helped bring about the fall of communist governments in Eastern Europe, but it also created ongoing relationships between American and Vatican officials that continue to this day. Similarly, European governments have historically exercised significant influence over Vatican policy through their financial contributions to the Church, their diplomatic relationships with the Holy See, and their ability to influence the selection of bishops and cardinals from their territories. The German Church, for instance, collects billions of euros annually through a government-administered church tax, making it one of the Vatican's most important financial supporters and giving German church leaders considerable influence over Vatican policy. China presents a particularly interesting case study in government influence over Vatican operations. The Chinese government has long sought to control Catholic activities within its borders, leading to a complex split between Catholics loyal to Rome and those affiliated with the government-controlled Chinese Patriotic Catholic Association. Recent agreements between the Vatican and the Chinese government have given Beijing a role in selecting bishops for Chinese Catholics, raising questions about how far the Vatican is willing to compromise its independence in exchange for access to China's enormous population. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that control over the Vatican comes not from any single source, but from a network of interconnected interests that operate behind the scenes to influence church policy and decision-making. This network might include elements from various religious orders, financial institutions, intelligence services, political movements, and wealthy individuals who share certain objectives and coordinate their activities to advance those objectives. Such a network would be difficult to detect or analyze because its members would likely never meet in one place or acknowledge their coordination publicly. Instead, they would work through existing institutions and relationships, using their various positions of influence to nudge Vatican policy in directions that serve their shared interests. The election of Pope Francis in 2013 raised questions about whether control over the Vatican might be shifting. Francis was seen as an outsider to the traditional Vatican power structure, someone who might be less susceptible to the various forms of influence that had shaped previous papal administrations. His emphasis on reform, transparency, and concern for the poor suggested that he might challenge some of the financial and political arrangements that had allowed outside forces to exercise influence over church policy. But Francis's papacy has also revealed the limits of papal power when it comes to reforming deeply entrenched systems. His attempts to reform Vatican finances have encountered significant resistance from curial officials and outside financial partners. His efforts to make the Church more responsive to the needs of ordinary Catholics have been opposed by conservative movements that have their own sources of funding and influence. The COVID-19 pandemic provided an interesting test case for understanding Vatican independence and influence. The Vatican's response to the pandemic, including its support for vaccination campaigns and public health measures, aligned closely with the positions taken by major international organizations and Western governments. But this alignment raised questions about whether the Vatican was making independent judgments based on its own analysis, or whether it was being influenced by the same networks of experts and organizations that were shaping government policy around the world. The Vatican's response to conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, and other regions has also revealed the complex web of influences that shape church policy. The Holy See's diplomatic positions often reflect a careful balancing act between the interests of different Catholic communities, the concerns of various governments, and the Vatican's own institutional priorities. But this balancing act makes it difficult to determine whether Vatican policy represents independent moral judgment or the result of various forms of pressure and influence. Recent financial scandals have provided additional insights into the question of Vatican control. The trial of Cardinal Angelo Becciu and other Vatican officials on charges of financial misconduct revealed a complex network of relationships between Vatican officials, international financiers, and various intermediaries. The case suggested that Vatican financial decisions were being influenced by considerations that had little to do with the Church's mission and much to do with the personal interests of those involved. The Vatican's relationship with technology companies and digital platforms has raised new questions about external influence in the digital age. The Holy See has embraced social media and digital communication as tools for evangelization. But this embrace has also made the Church dependent on platforms controlled by major technology corporations. These companies have their own policies about content moderation, privacy, and data collection that may conflict with Church teachings or priorities. As we look toward the future, the question of who controls the Vatican becomes even more complex. Climate change, technological disruption, global economic inequality, and other challenges facing humanity will require the Catholic Church to take positions on issues that affect powerful economic and political interests. The Vatican's stances on these issues will inevitably be influenced by the various forces that seek to shape Church policy. The Vatican's small size and unique structure make it particularly vulnerable to outside influence. Unlike larger governments with multiple competing institutions and democratic accountability mechanisms, the Holy See's highly centralized structure means that influence over a relatively small number of key officials can have enormous consequences for Church policy worldwide. But the Vatican's spiritual authority and global reach also make it an attractive target for those who want to influence world affairs. Control over Vatican policy could potentially influence the beliefs and behaviors of over 1 billion Catholics worldwide, making the Holy See a prize worth pursuing for anyone with global ambitions. The truth about who really controls the Vatican may be that no single entity has complete control, but that various competing interests exercise different forms of influence depending on the issue at stake. Financial decisions might be influenced by banking partners and major donors. Diplomatic positions might reflect the concerns of key governments and international organizations. Theological statements might be shaped by the competing agendas of different religious movements and academic institutions. This diffusion of influence might actually serve the Vatican's interests by preventing any single outside force from gaining complete control over Church policy. But it also means that the Vatican's decision-making process is subject to pressures and influences that are largely invisible to ordinary Catholics and outside observers. As the Catholic Church faces the challenges of the 21st century, questions about Vatican control and independence will only become more pressing. The Holy See's positions on artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, global governance, and other emerging issues will have profound implications for how Catholics around the world understand their faith and their responsibilities as citizens of both their earthly nations and the kingdom of heaven. Whether the Vatican will be able to maintain its independence and pursue its spiritual mission in an increasingly complex and interconnected world remains to be seen. But one thing is certain: the question of who really controls the Vatican will continue to fascinate and trouble those who seek to understand the role of religious authority in an age of global power and influence. Deep within the Vatican's secret archives, behind walls that have stood for centuries, lies one of Christianity's most controversial documents, a text so dangerous, so potentially explosive, that the Church has kept it hidden from the world for nearly 2,000 years. This is the story of the Gospel of Judas, a manuscript that challenges everything we thought we knew about one of history's most reviled figures. But this isn't just about an ancient book. This is about the power to reshape faith itself, to turn betrayer into hero, and to question the very foundations of Christian belief. The Gospel of Judas doesn't just tell a different story, it tells the opposite story. And that's exactly why it had to disappear. The tale begins not in the marble halls of Vatican City, but in the scorching desert sands of Egypt. It was there, in 1978, that Bedouin traders stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden within an ancient tomb, wrapped in deteriorating papyrus, lay a collection of texts that would send shockwaves through the archaeological world. Among these documents was a gospel unlike any other, one that bore the name of Christianity's greatest villain, Judas Iscariot. For decades, this manuscript would remain in the shadows, passed from dealer to dealer, collector to collector, its true significance unknown to most who handled it. The papyrus was fragile, crumbling with age, and many of the pages had already begun to disintegrate. Time was not on its side, and with each passing year, more of its secrets threatened to turn to dust. The Gospel of Judas is written in Coptic, an ancient Egyptian language that uses Greek letters. Dating tests would later reveal that this particular manuscript was created sometime between the 3rd and 4th centuries after Christ. But the text itself, scholars believe, may be much older, possibly dating back to the 2nd century, making it one of the earliest Christian documents ever discovered. What makes this gospel so extraordinary isn't just its age, but its content. In the traditional Christian narrative, Judas Iscariot is the ultimate traitor, the disciple who sold out Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, whose kiss in the Garden of Gethsemane led to Christ's arrest and crucifixion. He's the symbol of betrayal, his name synonymous with treachery. But the Gospel of Judas tells a completely different story. In this forbidden text, Judas isn't the villain, he's the hero. According to this Gospel, Judas didn't betray Jesus, he was following Jesus' direct instructions. The text presents Judas as the only disciple who truly understood Jesus' mission, the only one enlightened enough to carry out the most difficult task of all, ensuring that Jesus would be crucified so that his spiritual essence could be freed from his physical body. The gospel begins with Jesus laughing, not the gentle, compassionate laughter we might expect, but a mocking laughter directed at his other disciples as they pray over bread. When they ask him why he's laughing, Jesus tells them they don't understand what they're doing, that they're not praying to the true God, but to a lesser deity. This immediately sets a tone that would have been shocking to early Christians. As the narrative unfolds, Jesus takes Judas aside, away from the other disciples, and reveals secret knowledge to him alone. He tells Judas that he will be hated by the others, that he will be cursed by them, but that he will rule over them all. Jesus explains that Judas will help him escape his physical body, his flesh prison, and return to the spiritual realm where he belongs. The text presents a view of Christianity that would have been considered heretical by mainstream believers. It suggests that the physical world is evil, created not by the true God, but by a malevolent deity called the Demiurge. In this worldview, salvation comes not through Jesus' death and resurrection in the flesh, but through the liberation of the spirit from the corrupt material world. This interpretation aligns with Gnostic Christianity, a branch of early Christian thought that emphasized secret knowledge, or gnosis, as the path to salvation. Gnostic Christians believed that the true God was distant and unknowable, and that the world we live in was created by a lesser, flawed deity. They saw Jesus not as God incarnate, but as a divine messenger sent to reveal hidden truths to those capable of understanding them. For Gnostic Christians, Judas's action wasn't betrayal, it was the ultimate act of love and understanding. By ensuring Jesus' death, Judas was helping to free his master's divine spark from the prison of flesh. The other disciples in this view were too spiritually immature to grasp this profound truth. They saw only betrayal where there was actually the deepest loyalty. But here's where the mystery deepens. The Gospel of Judas wasn't completely unknown to early church authorities. In fact, we have evidence that they knew about it and actively worked to suppress it. Around 180 years after Christ, a church father named Irenaeus wrote about the Gospel of Judas in his work Against Heresies. He condemned it as a fabrication created by the Cainite sect, a Gnostic group that, according to Irenaeus, glorified biblical villains like Cain, Esau, and Judas. Irenaeus wrote that the Cainites claimed Judas alone among the apostles knew the truth and accomplished the mystery of betrayal. He described their beliefs as dangerous perversions of Christian doctrine, designed to lead the faithful astray. But here's the crucial point. Even as he condemned it, Irenaeus provided evidence that such a gospel existed and that there were Christians who believed in its message. What happened next is where the Vatican's role becomes murky and controversial. As Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century, the Church gained unprecedented power to determine which texts were considered authentic and which were deemed heretical. This was the era of the Great Councils, ecclesiastical gatherings where church leaders debated and decided fundamental questions of Christian doctrine. During this period, many Gnostic texts were systematically destroyed. Entire libraries were burned, manuscripts were confiscated, and anyone caught possessing forbidden texts faced severe punishment. The Church was consolidating its authority, creating a unified doctrine, and texts like the Gospel of Judas represented a direct threat to that unity. But some texts survived. They were hidden away by believers who couldn't bear to see them destroyed, buried in desert caves or sealed in jars, waiting for a time when they might safely emerge. The Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in Egypt in 1945, contained dozens of such Gnostic texts, providing scholars with invaluable insights into early Christian diversity. The Gospel of Judas, however, remained elusive. While Irenaeus and other early writers mentioned its existence, no actual copy had been found. It became something of a holy grail for biblical scholars, a text they knew existed but couldn't examine. Some began to wonder if it had been lost forever, another victim of the Church's campaign against heretical writings. Then came that discovery in the Egyptian desert in 1978. The manuscript that the Bedouin traders found would eventually make its way into the hands of antiquities dealers, but its journey was far from smooth. The papyrus was extremely fragile, and improper storage caused significant damage. Pages crumbled, text became illegible, and portions of the gospel were lost forever. The manuscript changed hands several times over the next few decades. At one point, it was stored in a safety deposit box on Long Island, where the fluctuating temperature and humidity caused further deterioration. Scholars who learned of its existence were frustrated by their inability to access it, watching helplessly as this priceless artifact slowly disintegrated. It wasn't until 2000, and one that the manuscript finally came into the hands of the Maecenas Foundation for Ancient Art, a Swiss organization dedicated to preserving ancient texts. They immediately recognized its importance and began the painstaking process of conservation and translation, working with fragments of papyrus that were sometimes no larger than postage stamps. A team of experts slowly pieced together the Gospel of Judas. The conservation work was extraordinarily difficult. The papyrus was so fragile that it would crumble at the slightest touch. Specialists had to develop new techniques to separate pages that had been fused together over the centuries. They used advanced imaging technology to read text that was barely visible to the naked eye. It was like solving a jigsaw puzzle where most of the pieces were missing and the remaining ones were falling apart. When the translation was finally completed and published in 2006, it sent shockwaves through both academic and religious communities. Here was proof that the Gospel of Judas had actually existed, that Irenaeus hadn't been describing some theoretical heresy, but an actual text that early Christians had read and believed in. The Catholic Church's response was swift and predictable. Vatican scholars dismissed the Gospel as a late Gnostic forgery with no historical value. They argued that it was written too late to contain authentic sayings of Jesus, that it reflected later Gnostic theology rather than first-century Christian belief. Cardinal Jean-Louis Taurin, then the Vatican's foreign minister, called it a product of fantasy that had no foundation in reality. But the Church's dismissal raised as many questions as it answered. If the Gospel of Judas was truly worthless, why had early church fathers like Irenaeus been so concerned about it? Why had the Church worked so hard to suppress Gnostic texts if they contained nothing but fantasy? And most intriguingly, what other documents might be hidden in the Vatican's secret archives? The Vatican's secret archives, officially renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in 2019, contain an estimated 85 kilometers of shelving holding documents dating back over 1,000 years. Only a tiny fraction of these documents have ever been made public, and access is strictly controlled. Scholars must apply for permission to view specific documents, and many requests are denied without explanation. What's particularly intriguing is that the Vatican has a documented history of acquiring and then hiding controversial religious texts. In the 16th century, Pope Paul IV created the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were forbidden to read. The Vatican didn't just ban these books, it actively collected them, creating one of the world's largest collections of prohibited literature. Many scholars believe that the Vatican possesses numerous Gnostic texts that have never been made public. If they have the Gospel of Judas, what else might they have? Could there be other Gospels attributed to controversial figures? Might there be texts that challenge fundamental Christian doctrines even more directly than the Gospel of Judas does? The implications of the Gospel of Judas extend far beyond academic curiosity. If authentic, it suggests that early Christianity was far more diverse than most believers realize. It indicates that there were Christian communities that held radically different views about the nature of Jesus, the meaning of his death, and the path to salvation. It challenges the notion that Orthodox Christianity was the original and only legitimate form of the faith. Some theologians argue that the Gospel of Judas actually enhances rather than undermines Christian faith. They point out that it demonstrates the complexity and richness of early Christian thought, showing that believers were grappling with profound questions about the nature of good and evil, the relationship between spirit and matter, and the meaning of sacrifice. In this view, Gnostic Christianity wasn't a corruption of the true faith, but an alternative understanding of it. But for the Vatican, such arguments are dangerous. The Catholic Church bases much of its authority on the claim that it preserves the authentic teachings of Jesus as transmitted through the apostles. If the Gospel of Judas is genuine, it suggests that this apostolic succession is more complex and contested than the Church admits. It raises questions about which version of Christianity is truly authentic. The controversy surrounding the Gospel of Judas also highlights broader questions about religious authority and the control of sacred texts. Who has the right to determine which religious writings are authentic and which are false? Should ancient documents be accessible to all scholars, regardless of their potential impact on religious belief? And what responsibility do religious institutions have to preserve and share texts that might challenge their own teachings? These questions become even more complex when we consider the role of archaeology and textual criticism in religious studies. The discovery and translation of ancient texts like the Gospel of Judas, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the Nag Hammadi Library have revolutionized our understanding of early Christianity and Judaism. But they've also created tension between historical evidence and religious faith. For believers, discovering that early Christianity was more diverse and disputed than previously thought can be deeply unsettling. It challenges the idea that there was a single, unified Christian message from the beginning. It suggests that some of the doctrines they hold dear might have been the result of political and theological battles rather than divine revelation. The Gospel of Judas presents a particularly acute challenge because it doesn't just offer a different interpretation of Jesus' teachings. It presents a completely inverted understanding of one of Christianity's central events. The crucifixion, which Orthodox Christianity views as the ultimate sacrifice of love, becomes in the Gospel of Judas a liberation from the corrupt material world. Judas, the ultimate symbol of betrayal, becomes the hero who alone understood and carried out Jesus' true mission. This inversion has profound implications for Christian ethics and theology. If Judas was actually following Jesus' instructions, what does that say about the nature of obedience and rebellion? If the material world is inherently evil, as Gnostic Christianity suggests, what does that mean for Christian teachings about the goodness of creation? If secret knowledge is the path to salvation, What happens to the idea that faith should be simple and accessible to all? These aren't just academic questions. They strike at the heart of Christian belief and practice. And perhaps that's why the Vatican has been so reluctant to engage seriously with the Gospel of Judas and similar texts. To do so would be to open a Pandora's box of theological challenges that could shake the foundations of Orthodox Christianity. But the suppression of the Gospel of Judas raises its own moral and intellectual questions. In an age when historical and archaeological evidence is increasingly important, can religious institutions justify hiding or dismissing texts simply because they're theologically inconvenient? Does the Vatican have an obligation to scholarly transparency that transcends its role as guardian of Catholic doctrine? Some argue that the Church's approach is not just intellectually dishonest, but spiritually impoverishing. They suggest that engaging seriously with alternative Christian traditions like Gnosticism could enrich rather than threaten contemporary faith. By understanding the full spectrum of early Christian thought, modern believers might develop a more nuanced and sophisticated understanding of their own tradition. The Gospel of Judas also raises fascinating questions about the nature of religious truth itself. If the text is authentic, meaning it genuinely reflects second-century Christian belief, does that make it true in any ultimate sense? Or is religious truth something that transcends historical authenticity? Can a text be historically valuable but religiously false, or vice versa? These philosophical questions become even more complex when we consider the fragmentary nature of our evidence. The Gospel of Judas survives only in a partial 4th century Coptic translation of what may have been a 2nd century Greek original. How much can we really know about what the original author intended to convey? How much might have been lost or changed in transmission? Moreover, we know very little about the community that produced and preserved the Gospel of Judas. Who were these Gnostic Christians? What were their lives like? How did they understand their relationship to mainstream Christianity? Without this context, it's difficult to interpret the text's true meaning and significance. Yet despite these uncertainties, the Gospel of Judas continues to fascinate scholars and believers alike. It offers a window into a lost world of Christian thought, a reminder that the early church was far more diverse and contentious than we often imagine. It challenges us to think more deeply about the relationship between faith and history, authority and truth, orthodoxy and heresy. The manuscript itself, after its conservation and translation, has been donated to the Coptic Museum in Cairo, where it's now housed as part of Egypt's cultural heritage. But its impact continues to reverberate through academic and religious circles. New studies regularly appear, offering fresh insights into its language, theology, and historical context. Perhaps most intriguingly, the discovery of the Gospel of Judas has renewed interest in searching for other lost Christian texts. Archaeologists continue to excavate sites across the Middle East and North Africa, hoping to uncover additional manuscripts that might shed light on early Christian diversity. Digital technology has made it possible to read texts that were previously illegible, revealing new layers of meaning in familiar documents. But the Vatican's archives remain largely closed, their contents a mystery to all but a few privileged scholars. What other gospels, letters, or treatises might be gathering dust in those climate-controlled vaults? What other challenges to Orthodox Christianity might be waiting to emerge? The Gospel of Judas may be just the beginning of a much larger story about the hidden history of Christian thought. As we contemplate these mysteries, we're left with profound questions about the nature of religious authority, the value of historical inquiry, and the relationship between faith and knowledge. The Gospel of Judas doesn't provide easy answers, but it does remind us that the story of Christianity is far more complex, contentious, and fascinating than we often realize. The Forbidden Gospel continues to challenge and inspire, a testament to the diversity of human religious experience and the enduring power of alternative perspectives. Whether we see it as dangerous heresy or valuable historical evidence, it remains a remarkable window into a world of Christian thought that was almost lost forever. Between the pages of the New Testament lies one of history's most intriguing mysteries. After a brief mention of 12-year-old Jesus impressing temple elders with his wisdom, the Gospels fall silent. 18 years vanish without a trace, until Jesus emerges as a 30-year-old man ready to begin his ministry. But where was he during those missing years? What was the Son of God doing between adolescence and the start of his mission? And perhaps most mysteriously, why don't the Gospels tell us? The silence is deafening. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the four canonical Gospels that form the backbone of Christian belief, offer no explanation for this massive gap in Jesus' biography. It's as if the most important figure in human history simply disappeared for nearly 2 decades, only to reappear fully formed, possessing wisdom, knowledge, and spiritual power that seemed to come from nowhere. This absence has spawned countless theories, legends, and claims. Some suggest Jesus traveled to distant lands, studying with Buddhist monks in Tibet or Hindu sages in India. Others propose he spent time with the Essenes, a mysterious Jewish sect living in the desert. Still others believe he learned carpentry from his father Joseph, living a quiet life in Nazareth until God called him to his mission. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that the Vatican knows exactly what Jesus was doing during those missing years and has deliberately concealed that knowledge for 2,000 years. Could the Church's most guarded secrets include documents that reveal Jesus' lost decades? And if so, what might those revelations mean for Christianity as we know it? The mystery begins with what we do know. According to Luke's Gospel, when Jesus was 12 years old, his family traveled to Jerusalem for Passover. During the return journey, Mary and Joseph discovered that Jesus wasn't with their traveling group. Panicking, they rushed back to Jerusalem and found him in the temple, sitting among the teachers, listening to them and asking questions that amazed everyone who heard them. When his parents scolded him for causing them such worry, Jesus replied, "Why were you looking for me? Did you not know that I must be in my Father's house?" It was a profound statement, hinting at an awareness of his divine mission even at such a young age. But then, just as the story becomes most interesting, Luke closes the episode with a frustratingly brief summary. And Jesus increased in wisdom and in stature and in favor with God and man. That's it. The next time we encounter Jesus in the Gospels, he's 30 years old, being baptized by John the Baptist in the Jordan River. 18 years have vanished without explanation, and the Gospels offer no hint about what filled that vast gap in time. This absence is particularly puzzling when we consider how much the Gospel writers tell us about other periods of Jesus' life. We have detailed accounts of his birth, complete with angelic announcements, virgin conception, and visits from shepherds and wise men. We have extensive records of his 3-year ministry, including his teachings, miracles, interactions with disciples, and conflicts with religious authorities. We even have detailed accounts of his final week, death, and resurrection. But of those crucial 18 years when Jesus was growing from boy to man, when he would have been learning, developing, and preparing for his mission, we have absolute silence. It's as if the most formative period of his life has been deliberately erased from the record. Early Christian writers were certainly aware of this gap. Some of the apocryphal Gospels, texts that didn't make it into the official biblical canon, attempted to fill in the missing years with stories of Jesus' childhood and youth. The Gospel of Thomas, not to be confused with the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, tells tales of the boy Jesus performing miraculous feats, sometimes with disturbing consequences. The Gospel of James provides details about Mary's background and Jesus' birth that don't appear in the canonical accounts. But even these non-canonical texts focus primarily on Jesus' early childhood rather than his teenage and young adult years. The period from roughly age 13 to 29 remains largely unexplored even in apocryphal literature. It's as if there was a conspiracy of silence about these particular years, a deliberate decision to leave this period of Jesus' life shrouded in mystery. One of the most fascinating theories about Jesus' missing years comes from the idea that he traveled to India and Tibet, studying Eastern philosophy and religious practices that would later influence his teaching ministry. This theory, popularized in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, suggests that Jesus' profound wisdom and revolutionary teachings were the result of exposure to Buddhist and Hindu thought. The theory isn't as far-fetched as it might initially seem. During Jesus' lifetime, trade routes connected the Mediterranean world with India and China. Jewish communities existed throughout the region, and it wouldn't have been impossible for a young man to travel these routes. Moreover, some scholars have noted similarities between Jesus' teachings and Buddhist philosophy, particularly in areas like compassion, detachment from material possessions, and the importance of inner spiritual transformation. The most detailed version of this theory comes from a Russian explorer named Nicholas Nadovich, who claimed to have discovered ancient manuscripts at the Hemis Monastery in Ladakh, Tibet, in the 1880s. According to Nadovich, these manuscripts told the story of Saint Isa, a young Jewish man who traveled to India around the time of Jesus and studied with various religious teachers before returning to his homeland. Nadovich's account describes how Isa, at the age of 13, secretly left his father's house and traveled with merchants toward India and the land of the Aryans. He spent 6 years studying the Vedas and learning from Hindu priests, then moved on to Buddhist regions, where he spent additional years mastering their philosophy. The manuscripts allegedly describe how Isa eventually returned to his homeland, where he began preaching a message that combined Jewish tradition with Eastern wisdom. The parallels between the story of Saint Isa and Jesus Christ are striking. Both were born into Jewish families, both began their spiritual journeys at young ages, both spent time learning from religious teachers, and both returned to preach messages of love, compassion, and spiritual transformation. The timing also aligns perfectly with Jesus' missing years. However, Nadovich's claims have been heavily disputed by scholars. Several expeditions to the Hemis Monastery have failed to locate the manuscripts he described, and many experts believe the story was fabricated. The chief lama of Hemis reportedly told later visitors that no such manuscripts existed and that Nadovich had never visited the monastery. But the absence of physical proof doesn't necessarily disprove the underlying theory. Ancient manuscripts are notoriously difficult to preserve, especially in harsh climates like that of Tibet. Moreover, religious institutions are often secretive about their most sacred texts, particularly when dealing with foreign inquiries. The Vatican itself provides ample evidence of how religious organizations can hide important documents for centuries. Another intriguing possibility is that Jesus spent his missing years studying with the Essenes, a Jewish sect that lived in monastic communities near the Dead Sea. The Essenes were known for their strict religious practices, their emphasis on ritual purity, and their belief in the coming of a Messiah. Some scholars have noted similarities between Essene teachings and Jesus' later ministry, particularly in areas like communal living, concern for the poor, and criticism of the established religious hierarchy. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the mid-20th century provided unprecedented insight into Essene beliefs and practices. These ancient manuscripts, hidden in caves near Qumran around the time of Jesus, reveal a community that shared many characteristics with early Christianity. The Essenes practiced baptism, held communal meals, and awaited the arrival of a teacher of righteousness who would establish God's kingdom on earth. Some researchers have suggested that Jesus might have spent time with the Essenes during his missing years, absorbing their teachings and preparing for his own messianic mission. This would explain his familiarity with their practices and his ability to emerge at age 30 with a fully developed theological system. It might also explain why the canonical Gospels remain silent about this period. If Jesus' association with the Essenes was considered potentially controversial, or confusing for later Christian audiences. The Essene theory gains additional credibility from the fact that John the Baptist, who played a crucial role in Jesus' ministry, appears to have had connections to ascetic desert communities. Some scholars believe John himself may have been raised by the Essenes after his parents died, which would provide a natural connection between Jesus and the sect. But perhaps the most tantalizing theory about Jesus' missing years involves the possibility that he actually traveled to Britain. This idea, while seemingly outlandish, has deep roots in British folklore and has been seriously considered by some historians. The theory suggests that Joseph of Arimathea, the wealthy follower who provided Jesus' tomb, was actually Jesus' great uncle and a trader in tin, a metal that was abundant in ancient Cornwall. According to this theory, Joseph regularly traveled to Britain for business and may have taken his young relative Jesus with him on these trading expeditions. The idea gained popularity through the legend that Jesus visited Glastonbury as a young man, a story that inspired William Blake's famous hymn, Jerusalem, with its opening lines. And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green? While most scholars dismiss the British theory as pure legend, it persists in local traditions and has never been definitively disproven. Ancient tin mines in Cornwall do show evidence of Mediterranean contact during the 1st century, and it's possible that Middle Eastern traders did visit Britain during this period. The theory would certainly explain Jesus' apparent knowledge of various cultures and his sophisticated understanding of human nature. More conventional scholars suggest that Jesus simply spent his missing years in Nazareth, learning his father's trade as a carpenter and living the ordinary life of a Jewish young man. In this view, there's nothing mysterious about the missing years. They're simply not recorded because nothing particularly noteworthy happened during this period. Jesus would have studied Jewish law and tradition, learned a practical skill to support himself, and gradually developed the spiritual insights that would later form the basis of his ministry. This explanation has the virtue of simplicity and aligns with what we know about 1st century Jewish life. Young men typically learned their father's trade and didn't begin independent careers until they reached full maturity around age 30. Jesus' emergence at exactly this age would fit perfectly with normal social expectations. But the conventional explanation fails to account for the extraordinary wisdom and authority that Jesus displayed from the beginning of his ministry. His teachings were so revolutionary, his insights so profound, that even his contemporaries marveled at his knowledge. Where did such wisdom come from if he spent 18 years simply learning carpentry in a small Galilean village? The question becomes even more intriguing when we consider that Jesus appears to have been literate, a relatively rare skill in his time and social class. The Gospels record him reading from Isaiah in the synagogue and writing in the sand when confronted with the woman caught in adultery. How did a carpenter's son from Nazareth acquire such education? Where did he learn to read and write? And what texts might he have studied? Some scholars suggest that Jesus may have received formal religious education, possibly studying with rabbis in Jerusalem or other learning centers. This would explain his deep knowledge of Jewish law and tradition, as well as his ability to engage in sophisticated theological debates with the Pharisees and Sadducees. It might also explain why the temple teachers were so impressed with his questions as a 12-year-old. But here's where the Vatican connection becomes particularly intriguing. If Jesus did receive formal education, if he did travel to distant lands, if he did study with various religious teachers, there would likely be records of these activities. Ancient institutions were careful record keepers, and extraordinary students like Jesus would certainly have been noted in their archives. Could the Vatican possess such records? Might there be documents in the apostolic archives that detail Jesus' educational background, his travels, or his associations with various religious groups? The Church has had 2,000 years to collect and preserve manuscripts from across the ancient world, and their resources for acquiring important documents have been virtually unlimited. The Vatican's history of suppressing controversial texts about Jesus and early Christianity is well documented. We know they possessed copies of Gnostic Gospels that they chose not to include in the biblical canon. We know they actively worked to destroy or hide texts that contradicted Orthodox Christian doctrine. It would be entirely consistent with their historical behavior to conceal documents that revealed uncomfortable truths about Jesus' missing years. What might be uncomfortable about Jesus' education or travels during this period? Several possibilities present themselves. If Jesus studied with non-Jewish teachers, it might suggest that Christian doctrine was influenced by pagan philosophy, undermining claims about its divine origin. If he traveled extensively, it might indicate that his later ministry was based on human experience rather than divine revelation. If he received formal religious training, it might suggest that his authority came from institutional credentials rather than divine calling. Any of these revelations could potentially shake the foundations of Christian belief, which may explain why the Gospels remain silent about this crucial period. The early church may have deliberately omitted details about Jesus' missing years to preserve the mystery of his divine nature and the uniqueness of his mission. The silence becomes even more intriguing when we consider how much the Gospel writers tell us about other figures in Jesus' story. We learn about John the Baptist's background, including details about his parents Zechariah and Elizabeth. We hear about the educational background of figures like Paul, who studied with Gamaliel, one of the most respected rabbis of his time. We even get glimpses into the backgrounds of various disciples and followers. But about Jesus himself, the central figure of Christianity, we learn almost nothing about his formative years. It's as if there was a deliberate policy to keep this period of his life shrouded in mystery, to preserve an aura of divine spontaneity around his emergence as a teacher and prophet. Modern archaeological discoveries have shed some light on first-century Palestine and the world in which Jesus lived, but they've done little to illuminate his personal history during the missing years. Excavations at Nazareth have revealed that it was indeed a small village, probably with a population of fewer than 400 people. But they've also shown that the region was more cosmopolitan than previously thought, with trade routes passing nearby and diverse cultural influences present in the area. This archaeological evidence supports the possibility that Jesus could have encountered various ideas and influences, even if he remained in Galilee during his missing years. The region was a crossroads of different cultures and religions, and a curious young man could have been exposed to a wide range of philosophical and spiritual traditions without traveling far from home. But the lack of any specific references to Jesus' activities during this period in contemporary sources remains puzzling. First-century Palestine produced numerous historians, philosophers, and religious writers, yet none of them mention anything about Jesus' education, travels, or associations before he began his ministry. This silence is particularly striking given Jesus' later fame and the attention his teachings attracted. One possible explanation for this silence is that Jesus deliberately concealed his background to enhance his authority as a teacher. In the ancient world, wisdom was often associated with mystery and hiddenness. A teacher whose background was completely known might be less impressive than one whose origins remained shrouded in secrecy. By keeping his formative years private, Jesus may have enhanced his credibility as a divine messenger. Alternatively, the silence might indicate that Jesus' background was considered embarrassing or controversial by early Christian communities. Perhaps his associations during the missing years were with groups that later Christians preferred not to acknowledge. Perhaps his education came from sources that didn't align with the image the Church wanted to project. The Vatican's role in maintaining this silence is particularly intriguing, because the Church has had access to sources and documents that other institutions have not. Throughout history, The Vatican has acquired manuscripts from across the ancient world, often purchasing or confiscating texts from conquered territories, dissolved monasteries, and private collections. Their library contains thousands of documents that have never been made public, many of which date back to the earliest centuries of Christianity. Among these hidden documents could be letters, chronicles, or other records that shed light on Jesus' missing years. There might be correspondence from religious leaders who encountered Jesus during his travels, records from institutions where he studied, or testimonies from people who knew him during this period. The Vatican would certainly have had the resources and motivation to seek out such documents over the centuries. But why would the Church want to hide information about Jesus' education or travels? Several theological concerns might motivate such secrecy. First, detailed knowledge of Jesus' human development might undermine beliefs about his divine nature. If Jesus acquired his wisdom through normal human learning processes, it might suggest that his teachings were the result of study rather than divine inspiration. Second, evidence of Jesus' exposure to non-Jewish religious traditions might complicate claims about the uniqueness of Christian revelation. If Jesus' teachings were influenced by Buddhist, Hindu, or other philosophical systems, it might suggest that Christianity is more syncretic than Orthodox doctrine admits. Third, information about Jesus' formal religious education might undermine narratives about his humble origins and his conflict with established religious authorities. If Jesus was actually well-educated and well-connected within Jewish religious circles, it might change our understanding of his relationship to the religious establishment of his time. These theological concerns would be particularly acute for the Catholic Church, which bases much of its authority on claims about apostolic succession and the unique divine origin of Christian doctrine. Any information that complicated these claims might be seen as threatening to church authority and therefore worthy of suppression. The pattern of suppression becomes even more interesting when we consider other examples of the Vatican concealing information about early Christianity. The Church has a long history of limiting access to ancient manuscripts, controlling the translation and interpretation of biblical texts, and suppressing alternative versions of Christian history. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Vatican's list of forbidden books, included numerous texts that might have shed light on Jesus' life and teachings. In recent decades, the Vatican has become somewhat more open about its archives, allowing limited scholarly access to selected documents. But the vast majority of the collection remains closed to researchers, and many of the most sensitive materials are still completely inaccessible. This ongoing secrecy suggests that the Church continues to possess documents that it considers too dangerous or controversial to release. The mystery of Jesus' missing years also intersects with broader questions about the reliability of the Gospel accounts and the process by which early Christian communities preserved and transmitted information about Jesus' life. The fact that all 4 canonical Gospels omit this crucial period suggests either that the information wasn't available to the Gospel writers, or that they made a deliberate decision not to include it. If the information wasn't available, it raises questions about how much the early Christian communities actually knew about Jesus' life. Were they working with fragmentary knowledge, piecing together a biography from limited sources? Or were they deliberately selective, choosing to emphasize certain aspects of Jesus' life while ignoring others? The deliberate selection theory becomes more plausible when we consider the theological purposes that the Gospels were designed to serve. These weren't intended as objective biographies in the modern sense, but rather as testimonies of faith, designed to convince readers that Jesus was the Messiah and to provide guidance for Christian living. From this perspective, Jesus' missing years might have been omitted not because the information was unavailable, but because it wasn't relevant to the Gospel's evangelistic and instructional purposes. But this explanation raises its own troubling questions. If the Gospel writers had access to information about Jesus' missing years and chose not to include it, what else might they have omitted? How much of Jesus' life and teaching has been filtered out of the canonical accounts? And most importantly, who made the decisions about what to include and what to exclude? These questions become particularly pressing when we consider that the canonical Gospels weren't the only accounts of Jesus' life circulating in the early Christian communities. Numerous other Gospels, letters, and testimonies existed, many of which provided different perspectives on Jesus' life and teachings. The process by which certain texts were accepted as canonical, while others were rejected, was complex, political, and often contentious. The Council of Nicaea in 325 and subsequent ecclesiastical gatherings played crucial roles in determining which texts would be considered authoritative. But these were human decisions, made by church leaders with particular theological and political agendas. The possibility that important information about Jesus was deliberately excluded from the canonical accounts can't be dismissed. This brings us back to the Vatican's potential role in preserving suppressed information about Jesus' missing years. If the Church Fathers who shaped the biblical canon had access to documents about this period of Jesus' life, those documents might have been preserved even as they were excluded from public circulation. The Vatican's archives could contain the very materials that were deemed too sensitive or controversial for inclusion in the New Testament. Modern scholars have identified several categories of information that might exist about Jesus' missing years. First, there could be educational records from institutions where Jesus studied. Ancient schools and religious centers often kept detailed records of their students, including information about their backgrounds, progress, and achievements. If Jesus received formal education, such records might still exist in archives somewhere. Second, there might be travel documents or trade records that mention Jesus' movements during this period. Ancient civilizations were surprisingly bureaucratic, keeping detailed records of travelers, merchants, and other transients. If Jesus traveled extensively during his missing years, such movements might have been documented by various authorities. Third, there could be personal correspondence or testimonies from people who knew Jesus during this period. Friends, teachers, fellow students, or traveling companions might have written letters or memoirs that mentioned their interactions with the future Messiah. Such documents would be invaluable for understanding Jesus' personality, interests, and development during his formative years. Fourth, there might be theological or philosophical texts that Jesus wrote or contributed to during his missing years. If he was indeed studying and learning during this period, he might have produced written work that reflected his developing understanding of spiritual matters. Such texts would provide unprecedented insight into the evolution of Jesus' thought. The Vatican would have had numerous opportunities to acquire such documents over the centuries. During the Crusades, church forces gained access to libraries and archives throughout the Middle East. During various periods of conquest and colonization, Catholic missionaries and officials collected manuscripts from around the world. Private collectors and scholars have donated or sold important documents to the Vatican throughout its history. Moreover, the Church has actively sought out materials related to early Christianity, often going to great lengths to acquire texts that might shed light on Christian origins. The Vatican's resources for manuscript acquisition have been virtually unlimited, and their motivation to collect such materials has been intense. But the Church's approach to these materials has often been selective. While they've preserved many important texts, they've also been careful to control access to information that might challenge Orthodox doctrine. The distinction between preservation and accessibility is crucial. The Vatican might possess documents about Jesus' missing years, while simultaneously ensuring that those documents remain hidden from public view. This pattern of selective disclosure becomes even more intriguing when we consider recent developments in biblical archaeology and manuscript studies. Advances in technology have made it possible to read texts that were previously illegible, to date materials more accurately, and to trace the origins and transmission of ancient documents. These developments have already revolutionized our understanding of early Christianity and could potentially shed new light on Jesus' missing years. But such advances also pose challenges for religious institutions that have built their authority on particular interpretations of Christian history. If new evidence emerges that contradicts traditional accounts, religious leaders must decide whether to embrace the new information or to suppress it in the interest of maintaining established doctrines. The Vatican's response to recent archaeological discoveries has been mixed. In some cases, the Church has embraced new findings that support or enhance traditional Christian narratives. But in other cases, particularly when discoveries challenge orthodox interpretations, the Vatican's response has been more cautious or even hostile. This selective approach to new evidence suggests that the Church continues to prioritize doctrinal consistency over historical accuracy when the two come into conflict. If the Vatican possesses documents about Jesus' missing years that challenge traditional Christian beliefs, this institutional bias would strongly favor continued suppression over public disclosure. The psychological and spiritual implications of the missing years mystery extend far beyond academic curiosity. For many believers, Jesus' 18-year absence from the gospel record creates a space for imagination and personal connection. The silence allows individuals to project their own hopes, dreams, and spiritual aspirations onto Jesus' formative period. Some find comfort in imagining Jesus as a young carpenter, living a simple life of work and prayer in Nazareth. This image supports beliefs about the dignity of ordinary labor and the possibility of finding God in everyday activities. Others prefer to envision Jesus as a student and traveler, seeking wisdom from various sources and preparing for his divine mission. This interpretation appeals to those who value education, cultural exchange, and intellectual curiosity. But the mystery also creates uncertainty and doubt for some believers. The absence of information about such a crucial period in Jesus' life can raise questions about the reliability of the gospel accounts and the completeness of Christian revelation. If the Gospels omit 18 years of Jesus' life, what else might they be leaving out? These psychological and spiritual dimensions help explain why the Vatican might choose to maintain the mystery, rather than reveal any information it might possess about Jesus' missing years. Sometimes, not knowing can be more spiritually powerful than knowing. The absent years become a blank canvas onto which believers can paint their own understandings of Jesus' humanity and divinity. But this approach raises ethical questions about the relationship between religious institutions and historical truth. Do religious organizations have an obligation to share historical information, even when it might challenge established beliefs? Should the Vatican's role as guardian of Catholic doctrine take precedence over its potential role as custodian of historical evidence? These questions become particularly acute in an age when access to information is increasingly seen as a fundamental right. Modern societies generally expect transparency from institutions, especially those that claim moral and spiritual authority. The Vatican's continued secrecy about its archives can appear anachronistic and self-serving in this context. The missing years mystery also highlights broader questions about the nature of religious authority and the sources of spiritual knowledge. If Jesus spent his formative years studying with various teachers and absorbing different philosophical traditions, what does that say about the exclusivity of Christian revelation? If his wisdom came partly from human learning rather than purely from divine inspiration, how does that affect claims about the unique truth of Christian doctrine? These questions don't necessarily undermine Christian faith, but they do complicate simple or literal interpretations of Jesus' divine nature. A Jesus who learned and grew through normal human processes might be more relatable and inspiring to modern believers, even if he's less mysterious and otherworldly than traditional portrayals suggest. The ongoing fascination with Jesus' missing years reflects a deeper human need to understand the development of extraordinary individuals. We want to know what shaped the people who shaped history, to trace the origins of great ideas and movements, to understand how ordinary humans become extraordinary figures. In Jesus' case, this curiosity is intensified by the unique claims made about his identity and mission. If he was truly divine, then his missing years might reveal the process by which divinity intersected with humanity. If he was primarily human, then those years might show us how a remarkable individual developed the insights and capabilities that would change the world. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that Jesus' missing years reveal something more complex than either purely divine or purely human development. Perhaps those 18 years show us a figure who was both fully human and fully divine, learning and growing through ordinary human processes while simultaneously being guided by extraordinary divine purpose. This understanding might actually enhance rather than threaten Christian faith. A Jesus who struggled, learned, doubted, and grew during his missing years might be more inspiring than one who emerged fully formed without any process of development. The missing years could represent not a gap in the divine plan, but a crucial period of preparation and formation. Unfortunately, without access to the documents that might exist in the Vatican's archives, we're left to speculate about these profound questions. The Church's continued secrecy about its most sensitive materials means that some of history's most important mysteries may remain unsolved indefinitely. But the mystery itself continues to inspire and challenge us. The missing years remind us that even the most well-documented lives contain gaps and uncertainties, that the development of extraordinary individuals often occurs in privacy and obscurity, and that some questions may be more valuable than their answers. Whether Jesus spent his missing years in Nazareth or Tibet, in study halls or carpenter shops, in contemplation or travel, those 18 years shaped the person who would become the central figure of Christianity. The fact that we don't know the details of that formation makes the ultimate result no less remarkable, and perhaps even more mysterious and wonderful. The Vatican may hold the keys to solving this ancient puzzle, or the answers may be lost forever to the passage of time. But the questions raised by Jesus' missing years continue to illuminate important issues about faith, history, authority, and truth. And in a world where certainty is often prized above wisdom, perhaps the mystery itself is part of the message, reminding us that some things are more important than complete knowledge, and that wonder and faith can coexist with uncertainty and doubt. As we contemplate these 18 silent years, we're invited to consider our own missing years, the periods of preparation and development that shaped who we became. In the end, perhaps the mystery of Jesus' missing years is not just about understanding the past, but about embracing the unknown aspects of our own spiritual journeys, trusting that growth and development often occur in ways that are hidden from view, but no less real and important for their invisibility. Time itself is something we take for granted. We wake up, check our phones, and see the date without questioning how we arrived at this particular way of measuring our days. But what if I told you that the calendar you use every single day was completely transformed by one of history's most secretive institutions? What if the Vatican didn't just change how we count time, but potentially altered history itself in the process? In 1582, Pope Gregory XIII made a decision that would ripple through time in ways that still puzzle historians today. With a single papal bull, he erased 10 days from existence. October 4th was followed immediately by October 15th. 10 days simply vanished from history as if they never happened. But this wasn't just about fixing a calendar. There are layers to this story that the Vatican has never fully explained, and the deeper you dig, the stranger it becomes. The official reason given was simple enough. The Julian calendar, established by Julius Caesar over 1,500 years earlier, had been slowly drifting out of sync with the solar year. By the 16th century, the spring equinox was occurring on March 11th instead of March 21st, where it was supposed to be according to church doctrine. This was causing problems for calculating Easter, the most important date in the Christian calendar. The church needed a solution, and they needed it fast. But here's where things get interesting. The Catholic Church had known about this problem for centuries. The issue wasn't new in 1582. As early as the 13th century, scholars like Roger Bacon had written extensively about the calendar's inaccuracies. The Council of Trent, which ended in 1563, had specifically discussed calendar reform. So why did Pope Gregory wait until 1582 to act? What changed? Some historians believe the timing was no coincidence. 1582 was a pivotal year in European politics. The Protestant Reformation was in full swing, and the Catholic Church was losing influence across Northern Europe. England, under Queen Elizabeth I, had firmly rejected papal authority. The Dutch were in open revolt against Catholic Spain. German princes were choosing Protestantism over Catholicism in increasing numbers. The Vatican needed to reassert its authority, and controlling time itself was perhaps the ultimate display of papal power. Think about it from the perspective of an ordinary person living in 1582. One day you go to bed on October 4th, and the next morning, the church tells you it's October 15th. 10 days of your life have simply disappeared because the Pope said so. It was a demonstration that the Vatican could manipulate reality itself, or at least humanity's perception of it. But the mystery deepens when you look at which countries adopted the new calendar and when. Catholic nations like Spain, Portugal, and Italy implemented the Gregorian calendar immediately. But Protestant countries resisted for decades, sometimes centuries. England didn't adopt it until 1752, nearly 200 years later. Russia held out until 1918 after the Communist Revolution. Greece waited until 1923. Why such resistance? The answer might lie in what else changed along with those 10 days. When Pope Gregory announced the calendar reform, he didn't just skip 10 days. He also changed the rules for calculating leap years, altered the beginning of the new year in some regions, and most mysteriously, he issued specific instructions about which historical records needed to be updated and which should remain unchanged. Some documents in the Vatican Secret Archives, now known as the Vatican Apostolic Archives, reference calendar corrections that go far beyond the simple 10-day adjustment. There are mentions of adjustments to earlier historical dates, recalculations of the reigns of ancient popes, and corrections to the timing of significant religious events. Why would these changes be necessary if the calendar reform was purely about astronomical accuracy? One of the most intriguing aspects of the Gregorian calendar reform is the role played by the Jesuit astronomers who advised Pope Gregory. The Society of Jesus, founded just 42 years earlier, had quickly become the Vatican's go-to organization for complex scholarly and diplomatic missions. The Jesuits who worked on the calendar reform were among the most educated men in Europe, skilled in astronomy, mathematics, and history. But they were also trained in the art of keeping secrets. Father Christopher Clavius, the German Jesuit mathematician who led the Calendar Reform Commission, left behind detailed notes about the process. Most of these notes focus on astronomical calculations and mathematical formulas, but scattered throughout his writings are cryptic references to historical corrections and chronological adjustments that seem to go well beyond the scope of fixing the calendar's drift. In one particularly mysterious passage, Clavius writes about the necessity of preserving certain historical intervals while adjusting others. He mentions consultations with ancient texts held in the Vatican Library, some of which were apparently so old and fragile that they were consulted only once for the calendar project, and then sealed away again. What were these texts? What did they contain that was so important to the calendar reform, yet so sensitive that they couldn't be referenced again? The Vatican Library in 1582 contained one of the world's most extensive collections of ancient manuscripts. Many of these had been acquired through conquest, confiscation, or donation over the centuries. Some dated back to the earliest days of Christianity, while others had been taken from Constantinople after its fall to the Ottomans in 1453. Among these manuscripts were historical chronicles, astronomical texts, and religious documents that existed nowhere else in the world. Some researchers believe that the Vatican's calendar reform was based on information contained in these ancient texts, information that revealed inaccuracies in the historical record that went far beyond simple calendar drift. They suggest that the Church discovered discrepancies between the accepted chronology of events and what was recorded in the oldest available sources. If this is true, then the Gregorian calendar reform wasn't just about fixing the future, but about correcting the past. Consider the curious case of the historical year zero. Our current calendar system jumps directly from 1 BC to 1 AD, with no year zero in between. This creates mathematical complications for historians and astronomers trying to calculate dates across the BC-AD divide. Most people assume this oddity is simply a quirk of ancient numbering systems, but some scholars believe it's evidence of deliberate chronological manipulation. The concept of year zero was actually well known to medieval scholars. Islamic astronomers used it regularly, and European mathematicians were familiar with the concept through translations of Arabic texts. So, why didn't the Gregorian calendar reform include a year zero? Some believe it's because doing so would have required explaining why it was missing in the first place, and that explanation might have revealed information the Vatican preferred to keep secret. There are also strange inconsistencies in how different regions calculated years before the Gregorian reform. Some areas used the Anno Domini system, counting years from the supposed birth of Christ. Others used regnal years, counting from the beginning of a ruler's reign. Still others used entirely different systems based on local events or religious cycles. The Gregorian calendar imposed a single, uniform system across the Catholic world, but in doing so, it may have obscured important historical information. Take the question of Christ's actual birth year. Modern scholars generally agree that Jesus was born sometime between 6 BC and 4 BC, not in year 1 AD as traditionally believed. This discrepancy has been known since at least the 16th century, when scholar Joseph Scaliger calculated the error in the work of the 6th century monk Dionysius Exiguus, who first established the BC-AD dating system. The Vatican was certainly aware of this discrepancy during the calendar reform. Father Clavius mentions it obliquely in his notes, referring to chronological complications in the early Christian period. But rather than correcting the error, the Gregorian calendar preserved it. Why? If the goal was accuracy, why not fix the most fundamental dating error in Christian chronology? Some researchers believe the answer lies in the broader implications of such a change. If the Church had corrected the birth year of Christ, it would have been acknowledging that Christian chronology had been wrong for over 1,000 years. More importantly, it might have called into question other dates that were central to Church doctrine and authority. The calculation of Easter provides another puzzle. The complex formula for determining Easter's date each year involves the phases of the moon, the spring equinox, and a series of mathematical calculations that most people find incomprehensible. The Gregorian calendar reform changed this formula, supposedly to make it more accurate, but some aspects of the new Easter calculation seem unnecessarily complicated, almost as if they were designed to obscure rather than clarify the process. For centuries, different Christian communities had celebrated Easter on different dates, leading to confusion and sometimes conflict. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD had attempted to standardize the date, but even after that, variations persisted. The Gregorian calendar reform was supposed to solve this problem once and for all, but it also centralized control over one of Christianity's most important celebrations firmly in Roman hands. The Eastern Orthodox churches rejected the Gregorian calendar entirely, partly for theological reasons, but also because they suspected political motives behind the reform. To this day, Eastern Orthodox Easter often falls on a different date than Western Easter, a split that traces back directly to the Vatican's calendar change in 1582. There's another curious aspect of the calendar reform that rarely gets attention: the fate of the days that were skipped. What happened to the events that were supposed to occur during those 10 lost days? The Vatican issued specific instructions about how to handle contracts, legal obligations, and scheduled events that fell during the skipped period. But these instructions were sometimes contradictory and have led to centuries of legal confusion. In some cases, people's birthdays or wedding anniversaries fell during the skipped days. The Church ruled that such dates should be moved forward to the corresponding day in the new calendar, but this created situations where people aged 10 days overnight, or where anniversary dates no longer matched the actual interval since the original event. These might seem like minor inconveniences, but they had real legal and financial implications that persist to this day. Property deeds, debt obligations, and inheritance laws all had to be reinterpreted in light of the missing days. Some families gained or lost money depending on how their particular contracts were affected by the change. A few clever merchants and lawyers found ways to profit from the confusion, while others lost fortunes they had counted on receiving on specific dates that no longer existed. The Vatican seemed remarkably well prepared for these complications, issuing detailed guidance on how to handle various scenarios. This level of preparation suggests that the calendar reform had been planned for much longer than the official timeline indicates. How did the Church anticipate so many specific problems unless they had been working on the reform for years or even decades? Records from the Vatican secret archives show that discussions about calendar reform began much earlier than most historians realize. As early as 1515, Pope Leo X was receiving reports from Jesuit scholars about chronological problems in church records. By 1530, these discussions had expanded to include secular historical dates and astronomical observations. The reform that was announced in 1582 appears to have been the culmination of nearly 70 years of secret research and planning. But what were they really trying to accomplish? If the goal was simply to align the calendar with astronomical observations, why the secrecy? Why the complex political maneuvering? Why the resistance to explaining the full scope of the changes? Some historians believe the Vatican discovered something in their ancient texts that challenged fundamental assumptions about Christian history. Perhaps they found evidence that important events had been misdated, or that the traditional chronology of the early church was incorrect. The calendar reform might have been a way to quietly correct these errors without drawing attention to the original mistakes. Others suggest that the reform was part of a larger effort to standardize historical records across Catholic Europe. The medieval period had been chaotic, with different regions using different dating systems and recording events according to local customs. The Protestant Reformation had made this chaos more problematic, as competing Christian groups cited different versions of historical events to support their theological positions. By imposing a single, unified calendar system, the Vatican could control the historical narrative more effectively. Events that had been dated differently in various sources could be standardized to support Catholic doctrine. Controversies about when things happened could be resolved in Rome's favor simply by making the Vatican's dating system the official one. There's also the question of what else was changed along with the calendar. The Gregorian reform coincided with updates to the Vatican Library's cataloging system, the reorganization of certain archives, and the transfer of some documents to more secure storage. Some manuscripts that had been available to scholars before 1582 became restricted afterward. Why? One possibility is that the calendar reform revealed inconsistencies in the historical record that the Vatican preferred not to publicize. If ancient documents showed that certain saints had lived at different times than officially recorded, or that important church councils had occurred on different dates, this information could be used by Protestant critics to attack Catholic authority. By restricting access to the most sensitive documents and promoting the new, standardized chronology, the Vatican could control what information was available to scholars and critics. The calendar reform thus became not just a mathematical correction, but a form of historical censorship. The international implications of the calendar change were enormous. Countries that adopted the Gregorian calendar were essentially accepting Vatican authority over time itself, while those that refused were making a political statement about papal power. This created practical problems that lasted for centuries. When England finally adopted the Gregorian calendar in 1752, it created confusion about the dates of historical events and legal documents that had been created during the period when the two systems coexisted. Similar problems occurred whenever a country switched from one calendar to another. Russia's adoption of the Gregorian calendar after the Communist Revolution required massive adjustments to legal and financial systems. The Orthodox Church's continued use of the Julian calendar for religious purposes created further complications that persist today. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery about the Vatican's calendar reform concerns what we might call the hidden adjustments. Beyond the obvious 10-day skip and the new leap year rules, there's evidence that other, more subtle changes were made to the dating of historical events. These changes are difficult to detect because they were implemented gradually and often involved adjusting multiple related dates to maintain consistency. For example, some medieval chronicles that were updated after the calendar reform show small discrepancies when compared to copies that were made before 1582. A few days here and there, adjustments that could easily be attributed to scribal errors or different dating conventions, but which follow patterns that suggest systematic revision. The Vatican's own historical records show signs of this kind of adjustment. The dates of some early papal reigns were quietly corrected, the timing of certain church councils was refined, and the chronology of some saints' lives was updated. These changes were never officially announced, but they can be detected by comparing pre- and post-reform documents. Why make these additional adjustments? One possibility is that the Vatican was trying to resolve contradictions that had accumulated over centuries of imprecise record-keeping. Medieval dating was notoriously unreliable, with different regions and institutions using different systems and making frequent errors. The calendar reform provided an opportunity to clean up the historical record while making changes that would be attributed to the general overhaul rather than specific corrections. Another possibility is that the Vatican was deliberately obscuring certain historical events or relationships. By shifting dates slightly, they could make it more difficult for scholars to identify patterns or connections that might be politically or theologically sensitive. A meeting between two historical figures might become less significant if it appeared to have occurred months apart rather than on the same day. The tools and methods used for the calendar reform also raise interesting questions. The Vatican assembled one of the most sophisticated astronomical and mathematical teams in 16th century Europe, including not just Jesuits, but also Jewish scholars, Islamic astronomers, and secular mathematicians. This was unusual for the Catholic Church, which typically relied on its own scholars for important projects. The inclusion of non-Christian experts suggests that the calendar reform required knowledge or techniques that weren't available within the Church's normal scholarly networks. What kind of specialized knowledge was needed? Some historians believe it involved advanced understanding of ancient astronomical observations, particularly those recorded by Babylonian, Egyptian, and Greek scholars whose work had been preserved in Islamic libraries. The Vatican team also consulted astronomical instruments and mathematical texts that had been acquired from Constantinople and other centers of learning. Some of these resources were apparently so valuable or sensitive that they were used only for the calendar project and then returned to secure storage. What made these materials so special? One intriguing possibility is that the Vatican gained access to astronomical records that extended much further back in time than previously known. Medieval scholars generally believed that reliable astronomical observations only went back about 2,000 years, but Islamic scholars had preserved much older records, and the fall of Constantinople had made some of these available to Western scholars. If the Vatican's calendar reform was based on astronomical data spanning 4,000 or 5,000 years, it might explain both the accuracy of the new system and the secrecy surrounding its development. Such ancient records could have revealed information about historical events, climate patterns, or astronomical phenomena that the Church preferred to keep confidential. The aftermath of the calendar reform created ripple effects that are still being discovered today. Legal disputes over property rights, inheritance claims, and contract obligations have surfaced periodically over the centuries, often involving the interpretation of dates that were affected by the 10-day skip. Some of these cases have reached the highest courts in various countries, and a few remain unresolved. There are also ongoing scholarly debates about the historical implications of the reform. Did the Vatican's changes affect our understanding of historical chronology? Are there events that we date incorrectly because of adjustments made during the Gregorian reform? Some researchers believe that certain medieval dates are off by more than the 10 days that were officially skipped, suggesting that additional, undisclosed changes were made. Modern computer analysis of historical documents has revealed subtle patterns that suggest systematic date adjustments beyond those officially acknowledged. These patterns are difficult to explain unless the Vatican made more extensive changes to historical records than they admitted. But proving this would require access to documents that remain sealed in the Vatican archives, and the Church has shown no inclination to open these materials to outside researchers. The calendar reform also had unexpected cultural consequences. The loss of 10 days disrupted traditional seasonal celebrations, agricultural schedules, and social customs that had been tied to specific dates. Some communities simply ignored the change and continued to celebrate events according to the old calendar, creating parallel systems that persisted for generations. In rural areas, where illiteracy was common and the Church's authority was sometimes questioned, the calendar change was often seen as arbitrary and disruptive. Folk traditions that had been passed down orally for centuries had to be adjusted or abandoned. Some communities developed elaborate workarounds to maintain their traditional schedules while nominally complying with the new system. The long-term effects of these disruptions are difficult to measure, but they contributed to a general sense that the Vatican was willing to interfere with ordinary people's lives for mysterious reasons. This perception may have contributed to the later decline in papal authority and the growth of secular skepticism about Church claims. So what really happened in 1582? Was the Gregorian calendar reform simply a necessary correction to an inaccurate system? Or was it part of a larger effort to control the historical narrative and assert papal authority? The evidence suggests that both explanations are partially true, but that the full story involves secrets that the Vatican has never revealed. The 10 days that were skipped may have been just the visible part of a much more extensive revision of historical chronology. The astronomical accuracy of the new system may have been based on ancient knowledge that raised uncomfortable questions about established Church doctrine, and the political timing of the reform may have been designed to demonstrate papal power at a moment when that power was under unprecedented challenge. More than 400 years later, we're still using Pope Gregory's calendar, still following rules established by 16th century Jesuit astronomers, still living with the consequences of those 10 missing days. And we're still wondering what else the Vatican changed when they decided to reform time itself. Deep beneath the Vatican, in chambers that most people will never see, lies one of humanity's greatest treasure troves of hidden knowledge. The Vatican Secret Archives, officially renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in 2019, contains an estimated 85 kilometers of shelving packed with documents, manuscripts, letters, and artifacts spanning over 1,000 years of history. But what exactly is hidden in these vaults, and why has the Catholic Church guarded these secrets so carefully? The very existence of these archives raises questions that the Vatican has never fully answered. Why does the Church need such extensive secret storage? What kinds of documents require this level of security? And perhaps most intriguingly, what are they still hiding from the world? The history of the Vatican secret archives begins in 1612, when Pope Paul V established a separate, restricted collection of the most sensitive papal documents. But the archives contain materials that are much older, some dating back to the 8th century. These older documents were apparently deemed too important or too dangerous to store with the regular Vatican Library materials, so they were moved to more secure locations as the secret archives were established. From the beginning, access to these archives was limited to a tiny number of trusted church officials. Even today, only about 60 researchers per year are allowed to examine selected materials, and they must follow strict protocols that limit what they can see, copy, or publish. Many sections remain completely off-limits to outside scholars, and some areas are rumored to be accessible only to the Pope and a handful of high-ranking cardinals. The official explanation for this secrecy is that the archives contain sensitive diplomatic correspondence, personal letters from historical figures, and documents related to ongoing church business. The Vatican argues that these materials need to be protected for privacy reasons and to maintain the Church's ability to conduct confidential diplomacy. But critics have long suspected that the real reasons for secrecy go much deeper. One of the most mysterious aspects of the Vatican secret archives is their physical layout. The archives are housed in multiple locations within Vatican City, connected by underground tunnels and passages that most people don't even know exist. Some storage areas are built into the foundations of ancient buildings, while others are housed in modern, climate-controlled facilities that rival the world's most sophisticated libraries. The security measures surrounding these archives are extraordinary. Multiple levels of access control, electronic surveillance, and physical barriers protect the most sensitive materials. Some areas require special papal authorization to enter, and a few sections are said to be accessible only through procedures known to a handful of individuals who have sworn sacred oaths of secrecy. What exactly is being protected so carefully? The Vatican has released partial inventories of the archives over the years, but these lists raise more questions than they answer. Why, for example, do the archives contain extensive files on scientific discoveries that weren't supposed to have happened until decades or centuries after they were allegedly documented? Why are there diplomatic correspondences with countries that weren't supposed to have had contact with Europe until much later in history? Some of the most intriguing hints about the archive's contents come from the few scholars who have been allowed limited access. They describe finding documents that seem to contradict accepted historical timelines, letters from historical figures that reveal previously unknown relationships or events, and scientific manuscripts that appear to be centuries ahead of their time. One category of documents that has generated particular interest concerns what the Vatican calls the Hereticus Catalogus, or Catalog of Heresies. This collection apparently documents religious and philosophical ideas that the Church considered dangerous, including detailed descriptions of banned books, forbidden practices, and suppressed theological debates. But scholars who have glimpsed parts of this collection report that it contains much more than simple religious disagreements. The Heresy Catalog apparently includes scientific theories that were condemned by the Church, mathematical discoveries that were deemed problematic, and even astronomical observations that conflicted with official church doctrine. Some of these materials date back to the medieval period, when Islamic and Jewish scholars were making discoveries that wouldn't be accepted in Christian Europe for centuries. What makes this collection particularly mysterious is that many of the condemned ideas later proved to be correct. The archives apparently contain early descriptions of heliocentric astronomy, advanced mathematical concepts, and medical theories that weren't supposed to be developed until the Renaissance or later. Why did the Church suppress these ideas? And why do they still keep the original documents secret? Another puzzling category involves what Vatican archivists call the acta non grata, or unwelcome acts. These are apparently records of events that the Church would prefer to forget, including details about political conflicts, financial scandals, and diplomatic embarrassments. But according to researchers who have seen fragments of these materials, they also include accounts of phenomena that don't fit into conventional historical narratives. Some of these unwelcome acts apparently describe encounters with unexplained objects or beings, reports of impossible events, and testimonies about occurrences that challenge basic assumptions about reality. The Church's official position is that these are simply mistaken accounts or deliberate fabrications, but the fact that they've been preserved in the secret archives suggests that they were taken seriously at the time. One particularly intriguing subset of the unwelcome acts concerns reports from missionaries and travelers who encountered advanced civilizations in places where such civilizations weren't supposed to exist. These accounts describe cities with sophisticated architecture, populations with advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, and technologies that seemed impossible for their supposed time period. The Vatican's response to these reports was apparently to classify them as either lies or demonic deceptions, but the detailed records suggest that Church officials took them seriously enough to investigate thoroughly. Some of these investigations apparently produced additional evidence that only deepened the mystery, leading to the creation of special categories of secret documents that remain sealed today. The archives also contain what might be the world's most extensive collection of suppressed archaeological discoveries. For centuries, the Catholic Church was one of the primary sponsors of archaeological excavations in the Middle East, Mediterranean, and Europe. Many of these digs uncovered artifacts and ruins that didn't fit into accepted historical timelines or religious doctrines. Rather than publishing findings that might challenge Church teachings, these discoveries were often classified and stored in the secret archives. Researchers who have studied the available records describe finding references to ancient cities that were apparently much more advanced than expected, artifacts made from unknown materials or using impossible techniques, and inscriptions in languages that couldn't be deciphered. Some of the most sensitive archaeological materials apparently come from excavations in the Holy Land itself. The Church has sponsored numerous digs at sites associated with biblical events, but many of the findings have never been made public. According to fragmentary accounts, some of these excavations discovered evidence that contradicts traditional accounts of biblical history, including artifacts that suggest different timelines or alternative versions of familiar stories. The Vatican's handling of these archaeological mysteries follows a consistent pattern. Initial discoveries are thoroughly documented and studied by trusted Church scholars. If the findings support traditional doctrine, they're often publicized and used to reinforce Church teachings. But if they raise uncomfortable questions or challenge established beliefs, they're classified and stored in the secret archives, sometimes never to be seen again. One of the most controversial areas of the secret archives involves documents related to what the Church calls supernatural phenomena. For centuries, the Vatican has investigated reports of miracles, visions, and other unexplained events, but only a small fraction of these investigations have ever been made public. The secret archives apparently contain detailed records of thousands of cases that were deemed too sensitive or too ambiguous to reveal. These supernatural files apparently include not just religious phenomena like apparitions and miraculous healings, but also reports of unexplained objects in the sky, encounters with unknown beings, and events that seem to violate physical laws. The Church's official position is that most of these reports can be explained naturally, but the extensive documentation suggests that many cases remain genuinely mysterious. Some researchers believe that the Vatican has been systematically collecting and studying reports of anomalous phenomena for much longer than most people realize. The pattern of investigation, documentation, and classification that characterizes the secret archives suggests an organized effort to understand and control information about events that don't fit into conventional scientific or religious frameworks. The financial records stored in the secret archives present another layer of mystery. The Vatican has always been secretive about its finances, but the archived documents apparently contain evidence of financial relationships and transactions that go far beyond what's publicly acknowledged. Some of these records apparently document payments to individuals and organizations whose activities remain unclear, investments in projects that were never publicly announced, and financial arrangements with governments and institutions around the world. One particularly intriguing aspect of these financial records concerns payments made to scholars, scientists, and explorers over the centuries. The amounts and timing of these payments suggest that the Vatican has been funding research and exploration projects that weren't officially associated with the Church. What were these secret projects investigating, and why did the Church need to hide its involvement? The diplomatic correspondence preserved in the secret archives provides another window into the Vatican's hidden activities. The Church has maintained diplomatic relationships with countries and organizations around the world for centuries, but much of this correspondence remains classified. The available fragments suggest that these diplomatic relationships have sometimes involved much more than traditional religious or political cooperation. Some of the diplomatic files apparently document secret agreements between the Vatican and various governments, including arrangements for sharing information about sensitive discoveries, coordinating responses to unusual events, and collaborating on projects that were never made public. The scope and nature of these agreements suggest that the Vatican has been involved in international activities that go far beyond its official religious mission. The personal papers of popes and other high-ranking church officials stored in the archives provide perhaps the most intriguing glimpses into the Vatican's secrets. These documents apparently include private journals, personal correspondence, and confidential memoranda that reveal what church leaders really thought about the major issues of their times. Some of these personal documents apparently contain admissions that contradict the Church's public positions on important historical and scientific questions. Private letters between popes and their advisors apparently acknowledge doubts about official church doctrines, concerns about the accuracy of traditional historical accounts, and fears about the implications of suppressed discoveries. The Vatican's own cataloging system for the secret archives provides clues about what kinds of materials are being hidden. Documents are apparently classified using a complex system that includes not just standard categories like diplomatic correspondence and financial records, but also unusual classifications like temporal anomalies, paradoxical testimonies, and incompatible evidences. These unusual categories suggest that the archives contain materials that don't fit into conventional historical or scientific frameworks. The term temporal anomalies apparently refers to documents that seem to be from the wrong time period, or that describe events that couldn't have happened when they were supposedly recorded. Paradoxical testimonies apparently describes accounts of events that contradict established facts but come from reliable sources. Incompatible evidences apparently refers to physical artifacts or documents that seem to prove things that couldn't possibly be true. The existence of these special categories raises profound questions about what the Vatican has discovered over the centuries. If these classifications are necessary to organize the archives, it suggests that the Church has encountered a significant number of genuinely inexplicable phenomena and has developed systematic methods for studying and storing information about them. The physical security measures protecting the secret archives are themselves revealing. The multiple levels of access control, the elaborate authentication procedures, and the extreme restrictions on what researchers can see or copy all suggest that the Church considers the archived materials to be extraordinarily sensitive. Some areas of the archives are apparently protected by security measures that exceed those used for the most classified government documents. Why does the Vatican need this level of security for historical documents? The official explanation is that the archives contain sensitive diplomatic materials and personal information that could embarrass individuals or damage ongoing relationships. But the extent of the security measures suggests that the real concerns go much deeper. Some researchers believe that the archives contain information that could fundamentally challenge accepted historical narratives or scientific understanding. If true, the Vatican's secrecy might be motivated not just by institutional self-interest, but by a belief that certain knowledge is too dangerous or destabilizing to release. The Vatican's own statements about the archives have been carefully crafted to reveal as little as possible while maintaining the Church's reputation for scholarly integrity. Official descriptions emphasize the historical value of the materials and the Church's commitment to preserving important documents for future generations. But these statements also include hints about the extraordinary nature of some archived materials. Vatican officials have occasionally mentioned documents that are so unique or sensitive that they require special handling procedures. They've described materials that are considered too fragile to be examined without advanced conservation techniques, documents that are written in scripts or languages that only a few experts can decipher, and artifacts that require specialized equipment to study safely. These descriptions suggest that the secret archives contain materials that are unlike anything found in conventional libraries or museums. The specialized procedures and equipment apparently needed to study some archived materials imply that they might be made from unusual materials, contain information that's encoded in unfamiliar ways, or present physical or intellectual challenges that require extraordinary expertise to address. The gradual release of some previously classified documents over the past few decades has provided tantalizing glimpses of what might be hidden in the still secret portions of the archives. The materials that have been declassified often turn out to be more interesting and historically significant than the Vatican's initial descriptions suggested. This pattern raises questions about whether the Church has been deliberately downplaying the importance of the materials it chooses to release. Some of the recently declassified documents have revealed previously unknown aspects of major historical events, provided new perspectives on important historical figures, and offered insights into the Church's private decision-making processes. If these are the documents that the Vatican considers safe to release, what must be contained in the materials that remain classified? The process by which the Vatican decides what to declassify is itself mysterious. There's no clear pattern to the releases, no obvious criteria that determine when materials become available, and no transparent timeline for future declassifications. The decisions seem to be made on a case-by-case basis, often in response to external pressure or changing political circumstances, rather than according to any systematic policy. This ad hoc approach to declassification suggests that each document or collection is evaluated individually for its potential impact. The Vatican apparently considers not just the historical value of materials, but also their potential to cause embarrassment, challenge established beliefs, or create diplomatic problems. The materials that remain classified are apparently those that fail this complex evaluation process. One of the most persistent rumors about the secret archives concerns the existence of a special collection that's even more restricted than the regular classified materials. This collection, sometimes referred to as the Sanctum Sanctorum or Holy of Holies, is supposedly accessible only to the Pope and perhaps one or two other individuals. The materials in this collection are rumored to be so sensitive that even their existence is officially denied. While the Vatican has never acknowledged the existence of such a collection, There are hints in declassified documents and official statements that suggest some materials are subject to extraordinary restrictions. References to papal-only documents, materials requiring special authorization that goes beyond the normal classification system, and artifacts that are stored separately from the regular archives, all point to the possibility of an even more secret collection within the secret archives. What could be so sensitive that it requires this level of secrecy? Speculation ranges from documents that could embarrass the church or damage important relationships, to materials that contain information about suppressed discoveries or cover-ups, to artifacts or documents that challenge fundamental assumptions about history, science, or religion. The Vatican's policy of gradually releasing some classified materials while maintaining absolute secrecy about others creates a puzzle for researchers trying to understand what's really hidden in the archives. The pattern of releases provides clues about the Church's priorities and concerns, but it also raises questions about the criteria being used to determine what can be safely revealed and what must remain secret. As we consider the mysteries of the Vatican's secret archives, we're left with profound questions about the nature of historical knowledge and institutional secrecy. What discoveries has the Church made over the centuries that it considers too dangerous or destabilizing to reveal? What artifacts or documents could be so sensitive that they require permanent classification? And what would we learn about our past, our world, and perhaps ourselves if these secrets were finally revealed? The Vatican's careful guardianship of its secret archives represents one of the most extensive and long-lasting information control efforts in human history. For over 400 years, the Church has been collecting, studying, and hiding materials that it considers too sensitive for public consumption. The scope and duration of this effort suggests that the archived materials contain information of extraordinary importance, information that could potentially reshape our understanding of history, science, and human civilization itself. Whether these secrets will ever be fully revealed remains an open question. The Vatican shows no signs of abandoning its policy of strict secrecy, and the Church's track record suggests that the most sensitive materials may remain classified indefinitely. But the very existence of these archives, with their kilometers of shelving and centuries of accumulated secrets, stands as a reminder that there may be much more to human history than we've been allowed to know. The mysteries locked away in the Vatican's underground vaults continue to tantalize researchers, historians, and anyone curious about the hidden aspects of our past. Until these secrets are revealed, we can only speculate about what discoveries, what knowledge, and what truths remain hidden beneath the streets of Vatican City, waiting in the darkness for someone with the authority to bring them into the light. Deep within the sacred halls of Vatican City, surrounded by some of Christianity's most revered art and architecture, lie symbols that tell a very different story. Hidden in plain sight among the frescoes, sculptures, and architectural details are images that predate Christianity by thousands of years. Ancient symbols of power, mystery, and knowledge that seem oddly out of place in the heart of the Catholic Church. Walk through St. Peter's Basilica or the Vatican museums, and you might notice something peculiar. Carved into marble, painted on ceilings, and woven into tapestries are symbols that would be more at home in an ancient Egyptian temple or a Roman mystery cult. The question that haunts researchers and visitors alike is simple yet profound. Why are these symbols there? The Vatican's relationship with symbolism runs deeper than most people realize. For centuries, the Catholic Church has maintained that these symbols were either repurposed for Christian meaning or represent the triumph of Christianity over pagan beliefs. But some researchers argue there's more to the story. They suggest that the presence of these symbols indicates a continuity of ancient knowledge, carefully preserved and hidden within the very walls of Christianity's most sacred space. Consider the obelisk that stands in the center of St. Peter's Square. This towering red granite monument wasn't originally Christian at all. It was brought to Rome from Egypt by the Emperor Caligula in 37 CE, erected in his circus where it witnessed the martyrdom of countless early Christians. Christians, including possibly St. Peter himself. Yet today, it stands as the centerpiece of the Vatican, crowned with a Christian cross and surrounded by the embrace of Bernini's colonnade. The obelisk itself is covered in hieroglyphics that praise the pharaoh Amenemheb and various Egyptian deities. These aren't decorative flourishes, they're religious texts in stone, proclaiming the divine power of ancient Egyptian gods. Why would the Catholic Church choose to make this pagan monument the focal point of St. Peter's Square? The official explanation is that it represents Christianity's victory over paganism, but some researchers wonder if there's a deeper significance. Egyptian obelisks were more than mere monuments. They were believed to be conduits of divine energy, connecting earth to sky, human to divine. In ancient Egyptian religion, obelisks were often placed at the entrances to temples to channel cosmic forces. The fact that this obelisk now marks the entrance to the most important church in Catholicism raises intriguing questions about the continuity of sacred space and the persistence of ancient beliefs. But the Egyptian influence doesn't stop with the obelisk. Inside the Vatican, Egyptian symbolism appears again and again. The famous Sistine Chapel, where papal conclaves elect new popes, contains subtle references to ancient wisdom traditions. Some researchers point to the layout of the chapel itself, with its proportions allegedly based on the measurements of Solomon's temple as described in the Old Testament. But Solomon's temple, according to biblical accounts, was built with the help of craftsmen who were initiated into ancient mysteries, knowledge that some believe originated in Egypt. The Pagan courtyard in the Vatican museums houses one of the most enigmatic symbols of all, a massive bronze pagon that once stood in ancient Rome. This isn't just decorative art. In ancient mystery religions, the pagon was a powerful symbol representing the pineal gland, often called the seat of the soul or the third eye. It appeared in the rites of Dionysus, in the mysteries of Mithras, and in various Gnostic traditions. The pagon symbolized enlightenment, spiritual awakening, and the opening of inner sight. Today, this ancient symbol sits in a place of honor in the Vatican, flanked by bronze peacocks, another symbol rich with esoteric meaning. In ancient traditions, peacocks represented renewal, resurrection, and the all-seeing wisdom of the divine. Some researchers argue that the placement of these symbols isn't coincidental, but represents a deliberate preservation of ancient wisdom within Christian context. Perhaps nowhere is the Vatican's relationship with esoteric symbolism more apparent than in the Raphael rooms. These four chambers, painted by Raphael and his students between 1508 and 1524, are filled with classical and philosophical imagery that draws heavily from pre-Christian traditions. The School of Athens, one of Raphael's most famous works, depicts ancient Greek philosophers and mathematicians, many of whom were associated with mystery schools and esoteric knowledge. But look closer at the details, and you'll find symbols that go beyond simple classical revival. There are references to Hermetic philosophy, to the ancient Egyptian god Thoth, and to various mystery traditions that existed long before Christianity. Some researchers believe these aren't just artistic flourishes, but represent a sophisticated encoding of ancient knowledge within Christian art. The figure of Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary sage who was said to have founded the Hermetic tradition, appears in several Vatican frescoes. Hermes Trismegistus was believed to be a synthesis of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, representing the marriage of Greek philosophy and Egyptian wisdom. His teachings, preserved in texts like the Emerald Tablet, formed the foundation of Western esoteric tradition. Why would such a figure appear in the Pope's private apartments? Some historians argue that during the Renaissance, there was a genuine belief among Christian scholars that ancient pagan wisdom contained glimpses of divine truth that prefigured Christian revelation. This syncretistic approach allowed for the integration of classical and esoteric symbolism into Christian art and architecture. But others suggest there was a more deliberate agenda, a conscious effort to preserve ancient knowledge within the structure of the Church. The Vatican Library, one of the world's oldest and most extensive collections of ancient texts, contains thousands of manuscripts dealing with astrology, alchemy, and various esoteric traditions. While the Church officially condemned many of these practices, it simultaneously preserved the texts that describe them. This paradox raises questions about the Vatican's true relationship with occult knowledge. Among the most intriguing aspects of Vatican symbolism is the prevalence of astronomical and astrological imagery. The Gallery of Maps, completed in 1581, doesn't just show geographical features, but includes sophisticated astronomical calculations and zodiacal references. The ceiling of the gallery is painted with scenes that blend Christian imagery with classical mythology and astrological symbolism. The papal apartments contain numerous references to the zodiac and planetary influences. Pope Julius II, who commissioned much of the Vatican's Renaissance art, was known to consult astrologers before making important decisions. His papal coat of arms includes oak leaves, but arranged in patterns that some researchers believe reference ancient tree worship and fertility cults. Even the design of St. Peter's Basilica itself contains elements that puzzle researchers. The basilica is built in the shape of a Latin cross, but the proportions and measurements seem to follow ancient geometric principles associated with sacred architecture. Some researchers have noted that the dome's dimensions appear to reference the golden ratio, a mathematical principle that was considered sacred in ancient mystery schools. The famous baldachin, the bronze canopy over the high altar in St. Peter's Basilica, is supported by spiral columns that were inspired by columns from the original St. Peter's Basilica, which themselves were said to come from Solomon's temple. But these spiral columns also appear in ancient mystery traditions, where they represented the ascent of the soul through different levels of reality. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Vatican museums house one of the world's largest collections of ancient Roman and Greek sculptures, many of which depict gods, goddesses, and mythological scenes that were central to ancient mystery religions. The Belvedere torso, the Apollo Belvedere, the Laocoon group, these aren't just artistic masterpieces but religious artifacts that once played active roles in pagan worship. The question becomes even more complex when we consider the Vatican's secret archives, now renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives. These archives contain millions of documents spanning over 8 centuries, including correspondence with rulers, religious orders, and various organizations. While much of the collection deals with standard church business, researchers have long wondered what esoteric materials might be hidden within these vast holdings. Some documents that have been released hint at the Vatican's complex relationship with occult knowledge. Letters between popes and various scholars discuss alchemical experiments, astrological predictions, and investigations into supernatural phenomena. While the Church officially condemned such practices, these documents suggest a more nuanced relationship behind closed doors. The Borgia apartments, now part of the Vatican museums, contain some of the most explicitly esoteric imagery in the entire Vatican. Pope Alexander VI, Rodrigo Borgia, commissioned frescoes that blend Christian themes with Egyptian, classical, and astrological symbolism. The Hall of the Saints contains a fresco of the Egyptian goddess Isis nursing the infant Horus, an image that bears a striking resemblance to later Christian depictions of the Virgin Mary with the infant Jesus. This apparent continuity between pagan and Christian imagery raises profound questions. Were these early Christian artists and patrons simply drawing from available cultural imagery, or were they consciously preserving older religious traditions within a Christian framework? Some researchers argue that early Christianity, as it spread throughout the Roman Empire, absorbed and transformed many existing religious symbols and practices rather than completely replacing them. The Vatican's relationship with Freemasonry adds another layer to this mystery. While the Catholic Church has officially condemned Freemasonry since 1738, many of the symbols found in Vatican art and architecture also appear in Masonic tradition. The all-seeing eye, the square and compass, various geometric patterns. These symbols bridge the gap between Vatican art and Masonic symbolism. Some researchers have noted that several architects and artists who worked on Vatican projects were known to be involved with various esoteric societies. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, who designed the colonnade of St. Peter's Square, was rumored to be connected to various secret societies. Whether these connections influenced his work remains a matter of speculation, but the symbolism he incorporated into his Vatican projects certainly raises questions. The layout of St. Peter's Square itself has been analyzed by researchers looking for hidden meanings. From above, the square forms a keyhole shape, with the obelisk as the key. Some interpret this as representing the key to hidden knowledge. Others see it as a symbol of papal authority as the keeper of the keys to heaven. The colonnade is designed with two focal points, creating an ellipse that some researchers believe references ancient astronomical knowledge. As we delve deeper into the Vatican's symbolic landscape, we find references to ancient traditions that seem to contradict the Church's official positions. The Vatican museums contain artifacts from mystery religions that promise their initiates secret knowledge and spiritual transformation. The Mithraeum, discovered beneath the Church of San Clement in Rome, shows how early Christian churches were literally built on top of pagan sacred spaces, perhaps preserving rather than destroying the spiritual significance of these locations. The question of whether these symbols represent mere historical curiosity or something more active continues to intrigue researchers. Some argue that the Vatican's preservation of esoteric symbolism represents a sophisticated understanding that truth can be found in many forms, and that ancient wisdom traditions contained insights worth preserving, even within a Christian framework. Others suggest a more controversial interpretation, that the Vatican has always been the guardian of ancient mysteries, maintaining a dual tradition that presents Christianity to the masses while preserving deeper esoteric knowledge for the initiated. This theory suggests that the apparent contradictions between Catholic doctrine and esoteric symbolism aren't contradictions at all, but represent different levels of understanding within the same tradition. The Vatican's continued interest in astronomy through the Vatican Observatory adds another dimension to this mystery. The Church maintains one of the world's most advanced astronomical research facilities, continuing a tradition that connects modern Vatican astronomers to their ancient predecessors, who saw the movements of celestial bodies as revelations of divine will. The observatory's telescope is even named Lucifer, an acronym for its technical specifications, but a choice that has raised eyebrows among conspiracy researchers. Whether these symbols represent historical artifacts, coded messages, or something else entirely, their presence in the Vatican raises profound questions about the nature of religious authority, the preservation of ancient knowledge, and the complex relationship between esoteric traditions and organized religion. The symbols remain, carved in stone and painted on walls, waiting for future generations to decode their meanings. The mystery deepens when we consider that many of these symbols weren't added accidentally or unconsciously. They were placed by some of history's greatest artists and architects, working under the direct patronage of popes who were among the most educated and sophisticated individuals of their time. If these symbols are there, they're there for a reason. The question is what that reason might be and whether we're still missing crucial pieces of a much larger puzzle. Beneath the sacred foundations of Christianity's holiest sites lies a hidden world of ancient pagan artifacts, mysterious relics that predate the faith by centuries or even millennia. These aren't simple historical curiosities displayed in museums. They're active elements woven into the very fabric of Christian sacred space, their presence raising profound questions about the continuity of religious tradition and the complex relationship between the old gods and the new. The story begins in the deepest foundations of St. Peter's Basilica itself. During the construction of the current basilica in the 16th century, workers uncovered something unexpected beneath the altar. an ancient Roman cemetery filled with pagan burial practices and artifacts. But even more intriguing was what archaeologists found in the 20th century, when Pope Pius XII authorized excavations beneath the basilica in search of St. Peter's tomb. What they discovered was a complex archaeological site that reveals layer upon layer of religious activity spanning nearly 2,000 years. Beneath the Christian basilica lay a Roman cemetery, but beneath that were even older structures and artifacts that speak to religious practices that stretch back into prehistory. Among these findings were small clay figurines, ritual vessels, and carved stones that bore symbols associated with ancient fertility cults and mystery religions. One of the most remarkable discoveries was a collection of small terracotta figures that appear to represent ancient Roman household gods, the Lares and Penates that protected Roman families and homes. These weren't simply buried and forgotten. They had been carefully arranged in what appeared to be a ritual context, suggesting that even as Christianity spread through Rome, older religious practices continued in modified forms. But the Vatican's relationship with pagan artifacts goes far beyond accidental archaeological discoveries. Throughout the Vatican museums, ancient Roman and Greek religious objects are displayed not just as historical artifacts, but as integral parts of the Vatican's artistic and spiritual heritage. The famous Augustus of Prima Porta, a statue that depicted the Roman emperor as a divine figure, stands in the Vatican museums surrounded by Christian art. The statue itself contains references to Roman imperial cult worship and astrological symbolism that would have been understood as deeply religious by ancient viewers. The Vatican's collection of ancient sarcophagi tells a particularly intriguing story. Many of these elaborate Roman burial containers depict scenes from mystery religions, including the cults of Dionysus, Mithras, and various Eastern deities that promised their followers spiritual transformation and eternal life. These themes would later find echoes in Christian doctrine, but the visual vocabulary remained remarkably consistent. Some researchers argue that early Christian art borrowed heavily from these existing religious traditions, not just in terms of artistic style, but in terms of underlying spiritual concepts. In the Museo Pio Clementino, visitors can find the famous statue of the river god Nile, surrounded by 16 children representing the 16 cubits the Nile needed to rise for a good flood. This statue isn't just decorative art. In ancient Egypt and later in Rome, river gods were actively worshipped as sources of life and fertility. The statue's presence in the Vatican raises questions about how the Church views these ancient religious objects. Are they simply historical artifacts, or do they retain some measure of their original spiritual significance? The Pinacoteca, the Vatican's picture gallery, contains paintings that blend Christian themes with imagery drawn directly from ancient mystery religions. The Transfiguration by Raphael, for example, contains compositional elements and symbolic details that mirror ancient depictions of divine revelation from Greek and Roman mystery cults. The use of light, the positioning of figures, the landscape elements, all draw from a visual tradition that predates Christianity, but seems to find new expression within a Christian framework. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Vatican Secret Archives, now known as the Vatican Apostolic Archives, contain inventories and descriptions of objects that never made it into the public collections. Historical documents describe ritual objects, carved stones, and metal artifacts discovered during various church construction projects throughout Europe. Many of these objects bore symbols and inscriptions that clearly identified them as belonging to pre-Christian religious traditions. Some of these documents describe the discovery of what appear to be ancient altar stones, carved with symbols associated with Celtic Druidism, Germanic tribal religions, and various Mediterranean mystery cults. Rather than being destroyed as might be expected, many of these objects were carefully cataloged and preserved. Some were even incorporated into the foundations of new churches, a practice that some researchers interpret as an attempt to sanctify or transform pagan sacred objects, rather than simply eliminating them. The catacombs of Rome, while primarily Christian burial sites, contain numerous examples of syncretic religious practices. Early Christian families often buried their dead alongside pagan relatives, and the decorative programs of these underground cemeteries blend Christian symbolism with older religious traditions. Images of Orpheus, the mythical musician who descended into the underworld to rescue his beloved, appear alongside Christian scenes. Orpheus had been associated with mystery religions that promised their initiates victory over death, themes that would find new expression in Christian resurrection beliefs. Archaeological work in various Roman churches has revealed that many were built directly on top of pagan sacred sites. The Church of San Clement, while not technically within Vatican City, provides a perfect example of this layering. Beneath the current church lies a 4th century church, and beneath that lies a Mithraeum, a temple dedicated to the Persian god Mithras, whose worship was popular among Roman soldiers. The Mithraeum contains artifacts that were clearly still in ritual use when the Christian church was built above it. Ritual vessels, carved reliefs depicting Mithraic ceremonies, and even what appears to be a ritual meal setup were found preserved beneath centuries of Christian worship. Some researchers argue that this layering wasn't accidental, but represented a conscious effort to transform rather than eliminate existing sacred space. The Vatican's relationship with ancient astrological artifacts presents another fascinating aspect of this story. The Vatican museums house numerous objects decorated with zodiacal imagery and planetary symbols that played active roles in ancient religious practices. These aren't simply decorative motifs, but represent sophisticated theological and cosmological systems that connected earthly events to celestial movements. One particularly intriguing example is a collection of ancient Roman calendar stones that were discovered during renovations of various Vatican buildings. These stones contain detailed astronomical calculations and astrological correspondences that would have been used in ancient religious contexts to determine auspicious times for ceremonies and rituals. Rather than being discarded, these stones were incorporated into the foundations of new construction, their presence suggesting a continuity of attention to celestial influences even within Christian sacred space. The Vatican Library's manuscript collection provides documentary evidence of the Church's complex relationship with pagan artifacts. Medieval inventories describe objects that were clearly of pagan origin, but had been given new Christian interpretations. A statue of Venus might be reinterpreted as representing vanity overcome by Christian virtue. A Jupiter might be seen as representing divine authority, now channeled through Christian hierarchy. But some documents suggest that the original meanings of these objects weren't entirely forgotten. Correspondence between various church officials discusses the proper handling of objects that still retain what they termed residual influences. While the exact nature of these influences isn't always clear from the historical record, the correspondence suggests that some church authorities believe these ancient objects retained some measure of their original spiritual power. The practice of creating reliquaries, ornate containers for holy relics, sometimes incorporated ancient pagan objects. Medieval craftsmen would take Roman cameos depicting pagan gods and goddesses and incorporate them into Christian reliquaries, the pagan imagery now reinterpreted as prefiguring Christian truths. Some researchers argue that this practice represents more than simple artistic recycling. They suggest it reflects a sophisticated theological understanding that divine truth could be found even in pagan religious traditions. The Lateran Palace, the Pope's official residence until the 14th century, was built on the site of the ancient Laterani family estate. Archaeological work has revealed that the site had been used for religious purposes long before Christianity arrived in Rome. Artifacts discovered during various renovations include ritual vessels, carved stones, and metal objects that clearly belong to domestic religious practices of wealthy Roman families. Some of the most intriguing artifacts are small bronze figurines that appear to represent household deities or protective spirits. These objects weren't simply buried and forgotten when the site became Christian. They seem to have been carefully collected and preserved, with some even incorporated into the decorative programs of early Christian buildings on the site. The question of why these pagan artifacts were preserved rather than destroyed becomes even more complex when we consider that many were discovered during periods when the church was actively combating pagan practices. The preservation seems intentional, suggesting that church authorities saw value in maintaining physical connection to pre-Christian religious traditions. Some researchers propose that early Christian leaders understood that complete elimination of existing religious practices would be impossible and potentially counterproductive. Instead, they may have pursued a strategy of transformation and incorporation, allowing existing sacred objects and spaces to continue functioning, but within new interpretive frameworks. This would explain why so many pagan artifacts found their way into Christian sacred spaces rather than being destroyed. The Castel Sant'Angelo, while originally built as Emperor Hadrian's mausoleum, became part of the Vatican's defensive system and contains numerous artifacts from its pre-Christian history. Among these are ritual objects that clearly belong to the Roman imperial cult, including incense burners, ritual vessels, and carved stones bearing invocations to various Roman deities. These objects weren't hidden away, but remained visible parts of the castle's decorative program, even after it became part of the papal complex. Archaeological work throughout Vatican City continues to reveal layers of pre-Christian religious activity. Recent excavations have uncovered what appears to be a shrine dedicated to Cybele, the Phrygian mother goddess whose worship involved ecstatic rituals and was considered exotic even by Roman standards. The shrine contained numerous small offerings, ceramic figurines, and carved stones that provide insight into how foreign mystery religions established themselves in Rome. The discovery raises questions about the extent to which early Christian communities in Rome were aware of and influenced by these competing religious traditions. Some artifacts from the Cybele shrine show signs of having been modified or reinterpreted, suggesting that the transition from pagan to Christian wasn't always abrupt, but sometimes involved gradual transformation of existing religious practices. The Vatican's approach to these archaeological discoveries has evolved over time. While earlier generations of church officials might have been uncomfortable with evidence of extensive pagan religious activity at the heart of Christian Rome, more recent approaches have embraced these findings as providing valuable historical context for understanding the development of early Christianity. This shift in attitude has allowed for more systematic archaeological work, which has revealed the extent to which pagan artifacts were integrated into Christian sacred space. Rather than representing contamination or compromise, many researchers now argue that these artifacts represent evidence of Christianity's ability to absorb, transform, and ultimately transcend existing religious traditions, while still maintaining connections to the spiritual insights they contain. The ongoing discovery of pagan artifacts in Vatican sacred spaces continues to raise profound questions about the nature of religious continuity and transformation. These objects represent more than simple historical curiosities. They're physical evidence of the complex processes through which religious traditions evolve, adapt, and ultimately create new forms of spiritual understanding while maintaining connections to ancient wisdom. As archaeological work continues and more artifacts come to light, our understanding of the relationship between Christian and pagan traditions continues to evolve. What emerges is a picture of early Christianity that was far more complex and nuanced than traditional accounts might suggest. A tradition that was confident enough in its own truth to preserve and transform, rather than simply eliminate the religious heritage it encountered. The ancient pagan artifacts scattered throughout Vatican sacred spaces serve as permanent reminders that religious truth has taken many forms throughout human history, and that the sacred can manifest through unexpected channels. Whether these objects represent historical accidents or intentional preservation of ancient wisdom, their presence continues to intrigue and inspire those who encounter them in the heart of the Christian world. The past is filled with mysteries, some locked away in ancient vaults, some hidden in forbidden texts, and others concealed in plain sight, waiting to be revealed. The stories we've explored today are only a glimpse into the strange, the unexplained, and the forgotten secrets of the Vatican that continue to puzzle scholars and spark endless debate. But the deeper we search, the more questions we uncover.